LoveLore Library. Chapter 277. Wait. Your Highness, please don't be impulsive. That Zone E isn't an enemy, so please calm down. It won't be too late for your Highness to take action after this subject goes out to investigate and find out what's going on. Yun Songlong was also astonished when he heard that Yun Sheng and the Zone E had voluntarily delivered themselves to his doorstep. He had just told Yun Sheng to immediately dispatch the Zone E and leave. Why didn't she follow his instructions? Instead, she brought people to kill her way into the palace. Yun Songlong hurriedly walked out of the palace and saw Yun Sheng and the Zone E waiting outside. Yun Sheng was looking around the palace. This was her first time entering the palace. Sheng, why did you bring him here? Don't you know that the Emperor of Zhou State has already issued an order to arrest Zone E? Yun Songlong saw that Yun Sheng's face was calm and didn't show the slightest bit of fear, so he shook his head helplessly. His niece was really born bold. In her eyes, the palace was probably just a slightly bigger courtyard. He also knew that his niece had always been unpredictable, but her thoughts were even more meticulous than his. For a moment, he didn't know what Yun Sheng wanted to do. Second uncle, I'm here to help you resign. If Sheng-er's guess is correct, the Emperor of Zhou State definitely didn't agree to your resignation. Don't worry, I'll bring the Zone E in later and will definitely be able to help you resign. I can also guarantee that the three of us will be able to leave Zhou State's palace unharmed. Yun Sheng paid attention to her surroundings. Just as she brought the Zone E in, at least a dozen unfamiliar magical elements and Duki appeared in the surroundings. There were also the auras of magical beasts. It seemed that there were quite a few experts hidden in Zhou State's palace. The Zone E's face was indifferent. In his eyes, those so-called hidden palace consecrated summoners were just a bunch of kids. He didn't ask why Yun Sheng had brought him here. In his opinion, as long as his Dragon Claw Bat King was here, the Zhou State Palace was no different from a market. He could come and go as he pleased. Yun Songlong brought Yun Sheng and Zone E into the palace. The Emperor of Zhou State was stunned when he saw Zone E. This was the Zone personality that was rumored to have injured the Crown Prince. It was said that this person was a sacred beast summoner and was around 60 years old. However, the person in front of him was at most 30 years old. Compared to him, who lived like a prince in Zhou State's imperial palace, he was only a few years older. Yun Sheng was also secretly sizing up the capital of Zhou State. The capital of Zhou State was about 40 years old. He was 70 to 80% similar to Yi Baiming. He had a rather dignified face, sharp eyebrows, and a high nose. However, his lips were as thin as blades, and his slightly shady eyes made him exude a cold aura. After the previous Empress of Zhou State, Empress Li, was deposed, Empress Qi had been sitting steadily in the Empress's position. With one look, Yun Sheng couldn't help but have doubts. This Empress Qi was beautiful, but she wasn't a great beauty that could topple the nation. Furthermore, her aura was only accumulated by the accumulation of beautiful clothes. Could it be that Zhou State's capital's eyes were clouded by cow dung? Yun Sheng felt that Empress Qi was very similar to Yi Bailian. As expected, like mother, like son. She belonged to the category of defective goods. Zone lifted his eyelids and sneered, with just the two of you. A summoning array immediately floated below him. The Lord-level magical beast, Dragon-clawed Bat King, flew out from the array. The Dragon-clawed Bat King had a shocking demonic beast aura and a bat body that was several meters long. The moment it appeared, it flapped its wings. In the palace, it was as if a strong wind had passed through the palace. In an instant, the curtains flew and all kinds of decorations rolled on the ground. The imperial guards at the side were so frightened that they retreated. No one dared to go up and attack Zone E. Zone E, stop. Don't offend Tianyan. Didn't you already promise me that even if you don't serve Zhou State, you're still willing to temporarily stay in the Heavenly Hunting Corps and serve me and Commander Yun? Yun Sheng reminded from the side. A thought flashed through Yun Songlong's mind. He remembered what Yi Baiming had said to him before he left the dojo. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, this subject resigned from the position of general because I wish to join forces with Master Zhong Yi as a civilian hunter and head to Zhou State's border to search for the purple gold mine." The purple gold mine at the southern border of Zhou State. This sentence was like spring thunder. It made Zhou State's capital, who was originally confused, and Empress Qi, who was swaying left and right from being blown away by the wind, immediately sober up a bit. "Thank you Shuiren, Qingyang, and Wei Ming for your rewards." Zhou's bird and night fox's tsundere attitude. This king wants to snatch the little wild cat and the throne. Chapter 278. There were very few people who knew about the purple gold mine at the border of the Great Zhou Empire. Even Yun Songlong had almost forgotten about it. Yun Songlong didn't know how Yi Baiming knew about it. Back then, later Qin and Tang Yuan had formed an alliance to invade Zhou State because of that mine. Due to their defeat, the mine hadn't been excavated and the exact location of the mine was still unknown. "Empress, don't meddle. We know what to do about the Crown Prince. Have everyone leave." Who did you say you were and what is your relationship with Master Zhong? The Emperor of Zhou State was a sly old fox. The Crown Prince's injuries had already been healed by the people of the temple. Compared to a priceless mine, the imperial family's personal grudges could be put aside for the time being. When Empress Qi saw this, she didn't dare to say anything. However, she also didn't dare to disobey the Emperor of Zhou State. She could only glare fiercely at Master Zhong and Yun Sheng, who had popped out of nowhere, before angrily leaving with a group of armored soldiers. "Reporting to your Majesty, this commoner is the Vice Commander of the Heavenly Hunting Corps, Yan Yun." The Heavenly Hunting Corps is a hunting corps formed from the remnants of the Yun clan army. The reason General Yun wants to resign is also because of the hunting corps. Yun Sheng unhurriedly showed her hunter badge and Great Magus badge. Yan Yun's words are exactly what this subject is thinking. "Your Majesty should remember that 8 years ago, due to the collusion of later Qin and Tang Yuan, our Zhou State army was defeated at the border of Nanming City and lost an important purple gold mine. When the armistice was signed, the 3 countries were not allowed to excavate the purple gold mine according to the agreement." Yun Songlong saw this and continued. Purple gold ore was a very precious ore. It was the main material used to refine the everlasting purple gold coin. In addition, it could be used to refine all kinds of high-level weapons and magic tools. The amount of purple gold ore on the continent was very limited. Back then, in the area of Zhou State's Nanming City, they had accidentally discovered a purple gold mine. That was why the Zhou State's emperor had ordered Yun Songlong to lead a group of Zhou State troops to set up camp nearby. Who would have thought that later Qin and Tang Yuan spies would find out about it? We have also heard about the purple gold mine. However, the purple gold mine is located at the border of the 3 countries and is not easy to mine. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, the original armistice agreement stipulated that none of the 3 countries could exploit it. The Emperor of Zhou State's expression softened slightly. To the Zhou State, the benefits that a good purple gold mine could bring were not to be underestimated. As long as a bit of purple gold was fused into the weapons, the combat ability of the army would greatly increase. That being said, according to the residents at the border, later Qin and Tang Yuan kept to the agreement on the surface, but in reality, they were doing one thing in the open and another in the dark. In the past few years, Tang Yuan and later Qin spies have frequently entered and exited the border area. I am afraid that they are also investigating the whereabouts of the purple gold mine. Yun Songlong's face was full of worry. The three countries' agreement stipulated that the mine could not be exploited, but if Yun Songlong investigated as a hunter, it would be much easier to do things. Your Majesty kept your promise, but later Qin and Tang Yuan might have broken the agreement. They allowed a non-official hunting squad to exploit the mine. This way, our Zhou state would not be able to directly send troops to suppress them. I also considered this point, which is why I changed the Yun family army to a hunting squad. I also requested to resign from my position as general and secretly head to the southern border. Yun Songlong was also a smart person. When Yi Baiming reminded him, he immediately had a countermeasure in his heart. Yun Songlong immediately knelt down and said that he was willing to head to the southern border as a hunting squad to wash away his previous humiliation and take back the ownership of the purple gold mine. The Yun family army has only been reorganized recently and there aren't many people. Can they really compare to a hunting squad that has undergone training? The Emperor of Zhou State still had some doubts about Yun Songlong's words. The inability to exploit the purple gold mine had always been a sore point in his heart. However, he didn't expect that later Qin and Tang Yuan would use the hunting squad to secretly investigate the purple gold mine. Using the identity of a civilian to seize the purple gold mine was indeed a good plan. Your Majesty can rest assured on this point. With Zhong Yi and his magical beast, as long as the other side doesn't have a sacred beast summoner or a magus of sky rank or above, we will definitely be able to take back the purple gold mine. Yunxing winked at Zhong Yi again. The latter very sensibly echoed Yunxing's words. Cough cough, I originally didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, but I promised Vice Commander Yan's master, Emperor Zhao, that I would definitely assist her. She also has a good relationship with Yun Songlong, so I will do Yun Songlong a favor this time and help you take back the purple gold mine. However, I have a condition. After we take back the purple gold mine, I want 50% of the ore income. When Zhong Yi said this, the Emperor of Zhou State was even more shocked. The way he looked at Yunxing immediately changed. That pretty female magus who looked no more than 10 years old actually had a master of Emperor Zhao's level. If these words came out of anyone else's mouth, the Emperor of Zhou State wouldn't believe it. However, these words came out of Zhong Yi's mouth, so the power was different. Who was Zhong Yi? He himself was a sacred beast summoner, and he even had a commander-level summoned beast. If he wanted to, he could be a person who could be bestowed with the title of king and minister in any country. However, he was willing to follow a silly little girl. And this little girl was merely the vice commander of a newly formed hunting squad. Yet, he was so respectful to Yunxing. He was more than 100 times more respectful to her than he was to the Emperor of Zhou State. In that case, it could only be because that female magus had a master of Emperor Zhao's level. Although the Emperor of Zhou State was a warrior and had the support of the Dharma Temple, he knew how terrifying Emperor Zhao was. Regardless of whether that female magus's master belonged to the Zhao state, just the fact that he was Emperor Zhao recognized by Zhong Yi was already very impressive. An Emperor Zhao meant that he had a powerful magical beast army behind him. In addition to Yun Ba, who was in the Martial Saint General's mansion, the Yun family had the support of a Martial Saint and Emperor Zhao. What a terrifying Yun family! The Emperor of Zhou State's heart was already beating like a drum. If he didn't allow Yun Songlong to resign today, the Yun family and that powerful Emperor Zhao would definitely be dissatisfied. If he allowed Yun Songlong to resign, he still had a chance to take back the rights to the purple gold mine. However, in the future, he would lose control of the Yun family. If the hunting squad that the Yun family reorganized grew stronger, it would no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Zhou State military. The Emperor of Zhou State weighed the pros and cons. However, he was still the Emperor of Zhou State. Although he had doubts in his heart, he quickly came to a conclusion. How dare you! All the mines in Zhou State belong to me. You're just a poor commoner who injured the crown prince. I didn't kill you because you're a talent. I didn't think that you would dare to ask for so much. The Emperor of Zhou State's expression changed, but he rejected Zhong Yi's request. Chapter 279. Yun Songlong couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on Zhong Yi's behalf. He knew very well that the person behind Zhong Yi's back was his niece, Yun Xing. Xing actually dared to bargain with the Zhou State's emperor and fight over the purple gold mine's dividends. This girl is really bold. If Yun Ba knew about this, he would definitely spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Back then, Yun Songlong had also participated in the exploration of the purple gold mine. He remembered that the purple gold mine had already been discovered. It was said that it produced purple gold of high grade and above. The mine was very long and rich. 50% of the purple gold mine was enough to buy a few Yujing capitals. Zhong Yi seemed to have already expected the Zhou State's emperor to be angry. He calmly let the dragon-clawed Bat King fly around the palace. Do you think that you can find that purple gold mine without my help? Even if you find it, it will inevitably be leaked. When the time comes, do you have the confidence to fight against later Qin and Tang Yuan? Zhong Yi didn't care about the Zhou State's emperor at all. In his opinion, someone who could raise a useless son like Yi Balian was just a good-for-nothing. Moreover, the Zhou State's emperor only rebuked him angrily and didn't call for guards. It could be seen that there was still room for negotiation. The Zhou State's emperor's face turned green and red at this question. If he sent an army, he would definitely tear up the ceasefire agreement between the three states and give later Qin and Tang Yuan an excuse. However, if he found an additional hunting squad, it might not be comparable to the Yun family's heavenly hunting squad. At least with Yun Songlong, the hunting squad was equivalent to the Zhou State's army. If he didn't have Zhong Yi, he wouldn't be able to invite those old monsters guarding the imperial palace. Even if that purple gold mine was dug up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The Zhou State's emperor felt helpless, but he wasn't willing to let Zhong Yi take away 50% of the purple gold mine for free. 40-60. 50-50, if you continue to bargain, this great master will leave immediately. Zhong Yi's face was calm. He was sure that the Zhou State's emperor couldn't do anything to him. Just like that, after half an hour of stalemate, Yun Songlong successfully resigned. Yun Xing also successfully obtained 50% of the purple gold mine in Zhou State. Xing do you really plan to let the brothers of the Heavenly Hunting Squad go to the southern border? Yun Songlong was still a bit worried. The situation was complicated. If they went there rashly, there would be a large number of casualties. Yun Songlong's fathers' father's deaths. What she needed was an elite hunting team. After Yun Songlong and Yun Xing left, the Zhou State's emperor muttered to himself for a moment. He immediately summoned the Zhou State's Weiwu Marquis into the palace. This humble subject greets your majesty. I heard that Yun Songlong's hands have recovered. The Weiwu Marquis hadn't seen Yun Songlong yet, but the news of Yun Songlong's recovery had already spread throughout the Zhou State's palace. Wu Wei, didn't you promise me earlier that as long as I didn't make a move, the people of Grand Emperor City would definitely think of a way to cripple Yun Songlong's hands? It would be difficult for him to recover his fighting aura. The Zhou State's emperor's face was gloomy. No one knew that the Zhou State's emperor, who cared for the Marshal Saint General's estate very much in the imperial court, was actually a cold-hearted emperor who was constantly worried that the Marshal Saint General's estate would betray him. 10 years ago, the Marshal Saint General's estate's Yun Ba's name shook the world. Among his children, his eldest son, Yun Songhai, had already broken through to become a sky magician at a young age. He became the leader of the magicians in the Zhou State. His son, Yun Songlong, also had outstanding military achievements. He had already broken through to the martial saint realm in his early 20s. At that time, whether it was inside or outside the Zhou state, it was highly praised that the martial saint general's estate would definitely produce another martial saint expert in the next 10 years. On the other hand, the Zhou state's Yun residence, which had 2 martial saints, was even more famous than the Zhou state's emperor. At that time, the Zhou state's emperor had just ascended the throne. In the imperial court, facing the increasingly powerful Yun residence, he was apprehensive. At the same time, he also had thoughts of suppressing the general's estate. However, everyone in the Yun residence had been loyal since the founding of the state. Many people had even lost their lives on the battlefield for the Zhou state's imperial court. The Zhou state's emperor could not find any excuse to make things difficult for the martial saint general's estate. It was also the will of the heavens. At that time, the eldest son of the Yun residence, Yun Songhai, betrayed his family because of a female summoner wanted by the Zhao state. He was pursued by the Zhao state. The eldest son, Yun Songhai, took his wife and escaped from Yujing. Yun Ba was also furious and did not have the heart to go on an expedition. At that time, a rare purple gold mine was discovered in the southern border of the Zhou state. The Zhou state's emperor ordered the second son of the Yun family, Yun Songlong, to secretly investigate the purple gold mine under the pretext of patrolling the border. Although he was sent out, the Zhou state's emperor's spies followed Yun Songlong closely. Yun Songlong's every move was reported to the Zhou state's emperor's imperial study the next day. Yun Songlong met Yuan Shahua, the daughter of the Grand Emperor city's aristocratic family, who had coincidentally left the city to travel. After the Zhou state's emperor learned of Yuan Shahua's identity, he did not warn Yun Songlong in time. A year later, Yuan Shahua and Yun Songlong's love was deeply rooted. The two were in a stalemate. The Zhou state's emperor was secretly delighted. He knew that according to the rules of the Grand Emperor city, Yun Songlong would not have a good ending. As long as Yun Songlong died, one of the 2 sons of the martial saint general's estate disappeared and the other died. The old Yun Ba was left behind would not be able to threaten the Zhou state. On the other hand, he also followed the arrangements of the Dharma temple and established a magic academy in the Zhou state to cultivate talents. The coexistence of warriors and magicians made him feel that his position as emperor was becoming more and more secure. Just as the Zhou state's emperor expected, Yuan Shahua's return to the Grand Emperor city caused a huge uproar. The Grand Emperor city's envoy directly signed a secret agreement with the Zhou state's emperor through the Marquis of Jiyuan. Since the Grand Emperor city besieged the southern border of the Zhou state, as long as the Zhou state's emperor did not send reinforcements, the Grand Emperor city would send a generous reward. The Zhou state's emperor gladly accepted the reward. However, he did not expect Yun Songlong to be so tenacious. With only 1,000 soldiers of the Yun family, he was able to resist the Grand Emperor city's sneak attack. Yun Ba relied on his powerful cultivation to force the experts of the Grand Emperor city to retreat from the Zhou state's border. However, what made the Zhou state's emperor angry was that the location of the purple gold mine was unknown. The Grand Emperor city is only so-so. Back then, I agreed to let the Grand Emperor city deal with Yun Songlong because of the Emperor Zhao of the Grand Emperor city. I did not expect that the power behind Yun Songlong is not weak either. The Zhou state's emperor was displeased. What he meant was that he was no longer willing to cooperate with the Grand Emperor city. When the Marquis of Jiyuan saw that the Zhou state's emperor had suddenly changed his mind, he could only secretly spread the news that Yun Songlong was going to the southern border. Chapter 280. The white marble floor tiles glowed with a gentle luster. Inside the dazzling palace, there were painted beams and cornices. A few beautiful phoenixes and luans perched on precious wood to comb their feathers. Inside the palace of the Grand Emperor city lord, a thin man in a dark golden summoner's robe gripped a letter with a gloomy expression. The man's complexion was yellow and his eyes were sunken. At a glance, one could tell that he was someone who indulged in sensual pleasures. Although his appearance could be considered decent, there was always a sinister aura around him. This person was the only son of the Grand Emperor City's city lord, Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji was a summoner and was also the fiancé of Yuan Shahua in name. Ever since he was injured by Yun Ba, although he had been treated by a famous doctor in Grand Emperor City, his physique was much worse than before. In addition, his fiancé's annulment of the engagement had caused him to lose face in Grand Emperor City. He had always hated Yun Sanglang to the core and had always been thinking of ways to leave Grand Emperor City to seek revenge on the Yun father and son. Grand Emperor City was a famous city in the boundless continent. The descendants of the Xianyuan tribe had lived here for generations. Xian Wuji was a summoner and was also the fiancé of Yuan Shahua in name. Ever since he was injured by Yun Ba, although he had been treated by a famous doctor in Grand Emperor City, his physique was much worse than before. In addition, his fiancé's annulment of the engagement had caused him to lose face in Grand Emperor City. Even though he was now married and had children, he still hadn't forgotten the humiliation he had suffered back then. He had always hated Yun Sanglang to the core and had always been thinking of ways to leave Grand Emperor City to seek revenge on the Yun father and son. Back then, he had tried his best to kill Yun Sanglang, but his Dharma soul had been shattered by Yun Ba's palm. Although he was cured with Di Hong City's medicinal pills, his cultivation remained stagnant because of this. Even his Di Hong's cultivation did not improve. In Grand Emperor City, the status of a person was determined by the cultivation of Di Hong Song. Yuan Shahua's rejection of the marriage had caused him to lose the opportunity to enter the tomb of the Xianyuan emperor. This also meant that he might lose the position of city lord in the future. He originally thought that Yun Sanglang would have to endure 1,000 times more pain than him. Who knew that the letter from the Jade capital today would tell him that Yun Sanglang's hand and Do Qi had recovered? In a few days, Yun Sanglang would rush to the southern border of Zhou State. The southern border of Zhou State. Humph, isn't that where that little bitch, Yuan Shahua, lives in seclusion? As long as he was around, Yuan Shahua and Yun Sanglang could forget about being together. Xian Wuji felt as if there were needles on his back. He paced back and forth in the residence. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Yun Sanglang to pieces, he was also worried. Back then, he had been pressured by the Yuan clan and promised them that he wouldn't touch the people of the Yun clan. Moreover, he had city affairs to attend to now, so he had no reason to leave Grand Emperor City without permission. Xian Wuji's face darkened as he crumpled the letter into a ball. As he was thinking, a strong fragrance of pollen wafted over. A young girl ran in from outside the courtyard. The young girl was dainty and beautiful. Her skin was as white as the snow of the northern kingdom. She wore a small yellow jacket and her radiance made the flowers around her lose their color instantly. As soon as the young girl entered the door, the leather whip in her hand swung and lashed out at the phoenix swan standing on the branch. The phoenix swan was startled and immediately flew up, shaking off a few multicolored feathers. When Xian Wuji saw the young girl, the gloominess on his face dissipated. He walked up to her dotingly. "Mimi, who provoked you again?" The young girl was the youngest daughter of Grand Emperor City's mayor, Xian Mimi. She was also Xian Wuji's half-sister. Who else could it be? "It's Yuan Bupo, that damned brat." Xian Mimi's face was filled with anger as she bit her cherry-red lips. Speaking of which, it was a sin. Xian Mimi was Xian Wuji's sister and the person she liked was Yuan Bupo. Back then, due to Yun Sanglang's appearance, Yuan Shahua, who had always been docile, insisted on breaking off the engagement with Xian Wuji. Although Grand Emperor City's mayor did not say anything, he had already decided to let Yuan Bupo marry Xian Mimi after he reached adulthood. Both of them were about the same age. What was even rarer was that Xian Mimi's talent was not inferior to her brother, Xian Wuji. Xian Mimi was dainty and beautiful. She was considered a delicate flower in Grand Emperor City. Since young, she was deeply loved by the mayor and her brother. She was also known to be unruly in the city. However, she was dead set on Yuan Bupo and stuck to him since young. However, because of his eldest sister's marriage, Yuan Bupo avoided relationships between men and women. When he found out that his family wanted to pair him up with Xian Mimi, he ran away without even informing them when he went out on his trip this time. When Xian Mimi found out, Yuan Bupo had already gone to Zhou State. When she found out, she was even more furious. Xian Wuji was quite fond of his younger sister. When he saw Xian Mimi's expression, he suddenly had an idea. "Mimi, how about this? You know that father loves you the most. Why don't you plead with father to let me escort you out of the city? Don't worry, as long as I go out with you, I will definitely help you find Yuan Bupo." Xian Wuji was also very worried. His younger sister was too simple-minded. If they left Grand Emperor City, the guards would not be able to do anything to her. "Big brother, don't try to fool me. You clearly want to use me to sneak out of the city. Why do you still hate that Yun guy?" Xian Mimi was not stupid. She glanced at her brother. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as you plead with father, I will promise you that after leaving Grand Emperor City, I will find you a suitable guqin. You have already cultivated the Di Hong song to the 5th movement. It's time for you to have a good guqin." Xian Wuji was very fond of his younger sister. Xian Mimi's eyes lit up when she heard that. Xian Wuji was in charge of purchasing all kinds of things in Grand Emperor City. He had dabbled in all kinds of rare treasures and precious artifacts. A guqin that caught his eye would definitely be very precious. It would definitely be very beneficial for Xian Mimi's future cultivation. She immediately went to plead with the city lord of Grand Emperor City. A few days later, Xian Wuji and his sister left Grand Emperor City together. On one side, Yunsheng's Heavenly Expedition Hunting Corps was thriving. On the other side, in the Crown Prince's residence in Zhou State, it was a different scene. "What? You said that father did not pursue the responsibility of that damned summoner." The sound of a vase crashing to the ground was heard. Yi Balian was so angry that he smashed everything that could be smashed. Empress Qi consoled him from the side. "Balian, don't be angry. Your imperial father also has his own difficulties. Lian, you have worked hard these few days. Go back first." A few days ago, Chen Lian was sent back to Jade Capital. According to her, she had been separated from everyone in later Qin and had only returned to Jade Capital after a few twists and turns. Her face had also been treated by a famous doctor along the way. After Empress Qi learned of this, she calmly advised Chen Lian and ordered her to serve in the Crown Prince's residence. Chen Lian saw Empress Qi's appearance and knew that she was using this as an excuse to send her away. She left with a meek smile on her face. Chapter 281. Chen Lian pretended to walk out of the room, but in reality, she didn't go far. Her body flashed and she hid in the bushes outside the Crown Prince's room. After Chen Lian returned from Latter Qin this time, some changes happened to her body. Not only did her appearance become more charming than before, but her cultivation also seemed to have increased a lot. However, these changes were not noticed by Empress Qi, the Crown Prince, and the people in the Grand Secretary's residence. Chen Lian had just left when she heard an uproar in the room. Yi Balian grabbed the jade pillow and threw it out. "Mother, didn't you promise me that you would punish that summoner and those soldiers severely? You call this punishment? I heard that they are all fine. Only I am suffering here, eating those disgusting demonic medicines. My Dharma soul won't die," Yi Balian scolded. "Balian, don't be agitated. Your father has his own reasons for doing this. Empress Qi kept persuading her son. Empress Qi was still worried about Chen Lianer and didn't want to say more. Empress Qi told the crown prince about the purple gold mine. The purple gold mine was a state secret. Although Chen Lianer was the future crown princess, Empress Qi was still wary of her. Has imperial father gone mad? Yi Balian was even angrier when he heard that he had to give 50% of the purple gold mine to the summoner who had caused him to lose all his face. In Yi Balian's opinion, the throne of Zhou state would be his in the future. Those people actually dared to covet the purple gold mine, which was equivalent to taking over his property. How could your father not know that this is only a temporary measure? Your father has already thought of a countermeasure. Empress Qi and her son were still whispering in the room. After Chen Lianer heard the general idea, she heard footsteps in the distance. She looked carefully and found that the person was Yi Baiming. After not seeing him for a few days, Yi Baiming was still as handsome as before. Thinking of the crown prince's cowardice and uselessness, Chen Lianer saw Yi Baiming in a new light. Lord Baiming, take care. Lian has something important to discuss with you. Chen Lianer flashed into a nearby bush. After Empress Qi entered, she dismissed everyone. The surroundings were still rather quiet. It's you. Yi Baiming didn't want to have too much contact with Chen Lianer. There were eyes everywhere in the Crown Prince Palace. He was here today to check on Crown Prince Yi Balian's condition. Seeing Chen Lianer's secretive expression, Yi Baiming thought for a moment and walked over. He casually cast a magic array at the side. Even if others came close, they would not be able to hear their conversation. Baiming, are you still angry at me? Chen Lianer had a pitiful look on her face as she slowly approached Yi Baiming. Lady Chen, please be careful. You are the future crown princess. If you are asking about our childhood friendship, I can only say that it is all in the past. Yi Baiming frowned and quietly moved away, putting some distance between him and Chen Lianer. I don't believe you. We've studied and practiced martial arts together since we were young. You also said that you won't marry anyone else but me. Chen Lianer put on a pitiful expression. Her shoulders trembled, making her look very lovable. Marry no one but you. Then I dare to ask, are you marrying no one but me? Yi Baiming looked at Chen Lianer with extreme mockery. Yi Baiming thought to himself that he was really blind back then. How could he be so sad for a girl like this? They were both women. The more time he spent with Chen Lianer, the more he hated her. Little Wild Cat was different. Her every smile and frown made him miss her. Thinking of Little Wild Cat, Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with gentleness. Chen Lianer's face turned green. Yi Baiming's words were mocking her for being a loose woman. Back then, after he had been deposed, she had impatiently seduced the crown prince. You also know that I did not do it willingly. My grandfather, he. Chen Lianer did not give up and she stuttered. You are saying that when you broke off the engagement, it was because of Chen Lianer. Yi Baiming smiled mockingly. The surroundings were filled with flowers. The two were a perfect match. When they stood together, they really complemented each other. Chen Lianer looked at Yi Baiming with an infatuated expression. She did not know why she had fallen in love with this man that she had once abandoned as if she had been possessed. That's right. You also know that my grandfather has always wanted me to marry into the imperial palace. Chen Lianer's pretentiousness was extremely fake in Yi Baiming's eyes. Chen Lianer's choice is very correct. The crown prince is a good match for you. Yi Baiming was about to leave. Seeing that he had no intention of staying, Chen Lianer's expression changed. She did not care about etiquette or shame and hugged Yi Baiming. Why? I clearly heard that when you were in the cold palace, you had no appetite for food or drink because of me. Why has everything changed now? Is it because of her? That lowly girl called Yunxing. Chen Lianer was very unwilling to accept this. And the one she had lost to was that lowly Yunxing. In terms of appearance and family background, she was not inferior to that lowly girl. I will say it again. You and I, back then, when you abandoned our engagement and went to the Crown Prince, we no longer had anything to do with each other. Yi Baiming was about to leave. Chen Lianer felt her body being forcefully pushed away. Yi Baiming looked at her with eyes as cold as knives. There was only disgust and disdain in his eyes. It was completely different from the gentleness he had when he looked at Yunxing. Chen Lianer felt as if she was in an ice cellar. Miss Chen, I advise you to know your place. Don't even think about using any tricks on Yunxing. If she is harmed, you will not be able to pay the price. Yi Baiming was not willing to talk to Chen Lianer anymore. He waved his sleeves and was about to leave. Wait, Yi Baiming, are you really going to be so ruthless? Chen Lianer was angry. As the #1 beauty of Jade Capital, she did not hesitate to put down her status and beg Yi Baiming. However, he rejected her without any mercy. With a tearing sound, Chen Lianer tore open her chest and revealed her undergarments. Her skin was snow white, and her chest was faintly visible. Chen Lianer gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Baiming with hatred and love. She walked closer step by step. Yi Baiming, if you dare to leave, I will shout. Guess what will happen to you when the Crown Prince and Empress Qi see you humiliate me? She walked to Yi Baiming's side and laid her soft body in front of him, her voice coquettish. Yi Baiming's thick brows furrowed. With his hearing, he could already hear the sound of footsteps not far away. If someone saw Chen Lianer like this, they would definitely misunderstand. His current identity was very sensitive, and it would probably cause a huge commotion. A smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and his slender fingers raised Chen Lianer's delicate chin. Thank you for Yu Luo's tip and everyone's support. Chapter 282. The seductive voice echoed in Chen Lianer's ears like a string song. Lianer, do you really want to kill me? The man's thick breath brushed past Chen Lianer's face, causing her face to unknowingly turn red. Yi Baiming's eyes were deep, as if he would swallow her if he looked at her any longer. Chen Lianer felt her entire body go soft, unable to say a single extra word. No, Baiming, it's just. Chen Lianer's words suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes instantly widening. That pair of cold hands clenched tighter and tighter. She could hear her bones groaning in pain. Chen Lianer couldn't speak, only fear remained in her beautiful eyes. You can try shouting, and see how many people you can find. Yi Baiming's fingertips were long and cold. He had a pair of beautiful hands, but at this time, when his fingers brushed past her face, Chen Lianer felt a sense of fear that she had never felt before. Her chin felt intense pain. His chin had been crushed. Chen Lianer was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She didn't think that Yi Baiming would treat her so mercilessly. She suddenly remembered a sentence. One day, when the Crown Prince was drunk, he once hugged her and said, Lianer, do you know why Imperial Father wants to dethrone Yi Baiming? Chen Lianer remembered that she had only asked in a sweet voice, isn't it because the Emperor of Zhou State loves Crown Prince? At that time, the Crown Prince had laughed and kissed her face. That's only one of the reasons. Yi Baiming is an animal that would even kill his own mother. How could the Zhou State let an animal inherit the throne? At that time, Chen Lianer thought that the Crown Prince was slandering Yi Baiming. But today, she realized that Yi Baiming was truly cold-blooded and heartless, just like an animal. He did not love her, nor did he hate her. The way he looked at her was as if he was looking at a dead object. If she made the slightest move, she was certain that Yi Baiming would snap her neck in the next moment. You can't treat me like this. If you're willing to take me as your wife, I can ask Grandpa to support you. Chen Lianer tried to use Zhou State to tempt Yi Baiming. Do you think I care about the throne of Zhou State? Yi Baiming chuckled softly like a feather. Yi Baiming loosened his grip and dispelled the magic array. Remember, she is my bottom line. Yi Baiming's tall figure disappeared into the flowers. Chen Lianer collapsed to the ground. At that moment, she felt like she was going to die. Yi Baiming's words were still ringing in her ears. She was his bottom line. Yun Sheng. It was that Yun Sheng. Who was the one who said that beasts were inhumane? Even beasts would have people they wanted to protect. Yun Sheng was the person he wanted to protect. Yun Sheng, you took him away. I won't let you go. The Dark Prince wants to catch Yun Sheng. As long as I send her to the Dark Prince, she will definitely not have a good ending. Chen Lianer struggled to get up, enduring the pain, and muttered unconsciously. Achoo! Yunxing felt a chill run down her spine. Yunxing rubbed her nose. Did you encounter any problems with the operation of the medical center? Yunsheng was the pharmacist and doctor of both Wushuan Limitless School and Little Xiantong. During this period of time, just washing the marrow and bones of the martial artists of the inner and outer martial halls was enough for her to be busy. Did you encounter any problems with the operation of the medical center? Yun Sheng was the pharmacist and doctor of both Wushuan Limitless School and Little Xiantong. During this period of time, just washing the marrow and bones of the martial artists of the inner and outer martial halls was enough for her to be busy. After taking a deep breath, she came to the Little Xiantong to check the operation situation. The situation is not optimistic. We don't have enough people to refine pills. Lin Yao was embarrassed. The medicinal effects of the various medicinal pills refined by Yunxing were undoubtedly very good. Dr. Fan was also an expert in alchemy. However, the alchemy ability of the two people was really limited. In addition, the pills of the Little Xiantong in Daoi Mountain were also provided by this side. As a result, it was really difficult to rely on Yunxing and Dr. Fan to supply pills. Lin Yaoer had just joined the Magic Academy not long ago. Although she was very hardworking, her ability to control magic was not enough for her to use her magic power to refine pills. Since you don't have enough people, just recruit people. I have already given you a sum of money in advance to repair the medical center and hire a new batch of herb gatherers and herb men. Yunxing was puzzled. In the Jade Capital, the number of herb gatherers and herb gatherers should not be small. We have already issued an announcement in the major villages and residential areas. We have also gone to the office to see. Even if our salary is 50% higher than others, no one is willing to come to the Little Xiantong. Lin Yaoer was distressed. The office was an organization similar to an employment agency on the Endless Continent. The people in the office told Lin Yaoer that because the initial popularity of a medical center was not enough, it was normal for them not to be able to recruit herb gatherers and herb men. Take the Little Xiantong for example. Although the effect of the pills was good and the price was fair, it had not been established in the Jade Capital for long. At present, the people who came to the Little Xiantong were either the old customers of the Little Huichen Medical Center or some hunters. But even so, the medical center still needed to recruit some herb men to help them on a daily basis. In the early years, Dr. Fan was a lone traveler. He didn't like to hire any herb men or doctors. In fact, Yunsheng was the first herb man he hired. But without a big reputation, the Little Xiantong had a headache in recruiting people. Not to mention, according to Yunsheng's expectation, it would become a well-known medical center that could compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The more famous the medical center, such as the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, as long as the news of employment was announced, a large number of people would go to it. However, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion itself did not recruit herb men. They all started from herb gatherers and were trained layer by layer until they became herb men, doctors, and even higher-level doctors. In that case, I have to think of a way to expand the popularity of the little Xiantong. Yunsheng frowned and thought for a moment. Yunsheng, why don't we have a free medical consultation? Dr. Fan, who had been listening from the side, came up with an idea. It turned out that when Dr. Fan was still in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the early years, he was also sent to various parts of the country to manage some of the newly opened medical centers of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even if the newly opened medical centers were crowned with the name of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, when they entered a new place, they would inevitably encounter the awkward situation of not having a good reputation. Under such circumstances, Dr. Fan thought of a method, and that was the free medical consultation. This so-called free medical consultation was to see patients for free, diagnose illnesses, and distribute medicine. For the poor, entering a medical center was a very extravagant thing. But when there was a free medical consultation, some common people who usually couldn't afford to see patients and even the common people of the neighboring cities would rush over. Chapter 283. For the poor, entering a medical hall was a luxury. Even for a place like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, which had branches all over the continent, they would also conduct a free consultation every few months. As time passed, they became one of the most prominent figures in the world of ancient medicine. Although the free consultation required the consumption of some medicinal herbs and the doctor's time, it was easy to form a good reputation among the common people. The quality of the medicinal pills sold by a medical hall was the proof of the medical hall's strength. On the other hand, the diagnosis ability of the doctor was also a very important factor. The reason why the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Zhou State had a transcendent position in the world of ancient medicine in Zhou State was mainly because of the existence of Wendaiguoshu. In these few years, although Wendaiguoshu rarely made a house call, whenever they encountered a difficult disease, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would go to Wendaiguoshu first. For a doctor, there was nothing more praiseworthy than medical reputation and medical ethics. And what the little Xiantong lacked the most right now was reputation. If they had a good reputation, there would naturally be patients and corresponding physicians coming to them. Yunsheng had plenty of money in her hands. Allocating a portion of it for the free consultation was more than enough. Then let's do the free consultation. Dr. Fan, tell me, how should we conduct the free consultation? Yunsheng also felt that the free consultation was a good idea. Speaking of the free consultation, Dr. Fan began to talk non-stop. In the past, he would also conduct some small-scale free consultation. However, due to the limitations of the Rejuvenation Hall's scale and funds, he was unable to conduct a large-scale free consultation. According to his experience in the past years, Dr. Fan quickly determined the time, place, and content of the free consultation. Taking the Medicine Emperor Pavilion as an example, the free consultation would be held once every 3 months. The whole process of the free consultation was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the application of medicine. The doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would prepare all kinds of medicinal pills and medicinal herbs in advance. The prices of these medicines were mostly not expensive. They were mainly used to treat the daily illnesses of the residents and some injuries of the hunters. For example, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would mostly send medicine experts to be in charge of applying medicine outside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The other important part of the free consultation was to provide medical treatment. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion would send doctors and even scattered doctors to provide medical treatment on the day of the free consultation. They would treat the patients who usually couldn't be treated or who suffered from sudden injuries. Dr. Fan's original intention was for him to treat the patient. After all, he was an imperial doctor. He had more experience in treating patients in his early years. Yunsheng and Lin Yao applied the medicine. However, Yunsheng put forward a different opinion. She thought that the clinic was understaffed, so she simply worked together to see patients and distribute medicine. Moreover, this was the first time the little Enchanting held a free clinic. It was not famous enough, so there would not be many people coming to see the doctor. She thought that there was no harm in prolonging the time of the volunteer medical consultation. 3 days would be appropriate. Moreover, she also did not agree with Dr. Fan coming forward to provide medical consultation. Are you worried that I might have a conflict with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Dr. Fan instantly saw through Yunxing's misgivings. Yunxing, I've already left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. I don't care what the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion think of me. Dr. Fan, do you care what the imperial physicians think of you? And when Dog was hand. Yunxing could see that Dr. Fan still had deep feelings for imperial physician Yao. If it was not a last resort, she did not wish for Dr. Fan to have a conflict with imperial physician Yao. Don't worry, this is not my battle alone. When the time comes, I will pull in Gufeng and Oriole, as well as Yao, With the help of a few people, we should have enough manpower. Yunxing's thoughtfulness made Dr. Fan feel very touched. The matter of the little Enchanting holding a free clinic was quickly decided. The few of them discussed for another day. On the second day, Dr. Fan helped them to choose the location and the medicinal herbs and pills needed for the free clinic. After confirming the matter of the free clinic, Lin Yao went out to announce the free clinic. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the unscrupulous doctor, Qi Tian, who had just returned from Daoi Mountain Guard City, handed the announcement to Qing Sihai. Previously in Daoi Mountain Guard City, because of Yunxing's appearance, not only did Qi Tian not possess Lin Yao, he even offended a big guest like Jiao Baiwan. This caused Daoi Mountain's Medicine Emperor Pavilion to lose nearly 30% of its guests in the first half of the year. During this time, he escorted a batch of medicinal herbs to Jade Capital's Medicine Emperor Pavilion and happened to find that Lin Yao had also arrived in Jade Capital. What was even more hateful was that she and an unknown female magician had opened a little Enchanting in the local area. Qi Tian himself was a disciple of Qing Sihai in his early years. After he learned this news, he hurriedly told Qing Sihai about the matter. When Qing Sihai heard that it was Yunxing's trick, he became even more angry with the little Enchanting. One must know that Daoi Mountain's Medicine Emperor Pavilion was a piece of fat meat for him to make money. In the past, when Qi Tian made money by himself, he would leave 20% of the profits to him. This year, because of Yunxing's interference, his great income also decreased by a lot. Master, what do you think we should do? Qi Tian wished that he could ruin Yunxing and Lin Yao's reputation. What do you mean what to do? Even if their medicinal pills are not bad, do you think it's so easy to give medical treatment? I reckon that Fan Ji will not come forward to give medical treatment this time. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to provoking Fan Ji. As long as Fan Ji doesn't come forward, what can a female magician do? Qing Sihai thought that even if Yunxing was good at refining pills, it was impossible for her medical skills to be that good. After all, how could a 10-year-old girl be good at refining pills and an expert in giving medical treatment at the same time? Wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Master, don't underestimate that female magician. Disciple had also underestimated her previously, which was why I fell into her trap. I have inquired about it. Lin Yao's sickly father's illness was cured by that female magician. That illness, Disciple can't do anything about it. After being bitten by a snake, Qi Tian was very vigilant against Yunxing. Really? When Qing Sihai heard this, he was also a little worried. If little Enchanting really succeeded in holding this free medical treatment, it would slowly become famous in the Jade Capital. At that time, wouldn't Fan Ji also be able to make a comeback? Thinking about how Yao Rong refused to accept his goodwill all these years, Qing Sihai couldn't help but be cautious about this free medical treatment. We must not let little Xiantong make a comeback. It's also time to let them see the prowess of Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Qi Tian, go and make the arrangements. On the same day, Medicine Emperor Pavilion will also hold a free medical treatment. As for the location, pick a place near the Xiantang's free medical treatment. This time, I will personally give medical treatment. Remember, the news of the free medical treatment must not be known to the people of Little Xiantong. I want them to know what is called showing one's slight skill in front of an expert and asking for humiliation. When Qing Sihai thought about how Little Xiantang's free medical treatment was completely deserted, his face couldn't help but raise a sinister smile. Chapter 284. A few days later, the free clinic of Little Xiantong was held as scheduled. As soon as the sun rose, Yunxing and several other people arrived at the place where the free clinic was held. From the transportation of medicinal herbs to the arrangement of tables and chairs, they were busy all the way until late in the morning when the free clinic really began. The people of Little Xiantong who were expecting a large wave of local residents to come to see a doctor waited until noon, but they didn't see a single patient. This made the group of people very puzzled. Even Gufeng, who has always been very patient, couldn't help but be puzzled. What's going on here? How come we don't even see a single person? Lin Yao was also a little anxious. She clearly posted the notice of the free clinic to the busiest restaurants, markets, and residential areas in the city. I'll go look around. Gufeng volunteered and ran out to look around. After a while, the little fatty ran back with sweat all over his forehead. He ran while gasping for breath. I know. I finally know why no one came to see a doctor. Imperial Medicine Pavilion. Imperial Medicine Pavilion people are doing a free clinic in front of us. Imperial Medicine Pavilion is also doing a free clinic. As soon as Yunxing heard this, she immediately stood up. Imperial Medicine Pavilion only does a free clinic once every 3 months. She also inquired about it. The last free clinic was only a month ago, so why would they do a free clinic again? Needless to say, Imperial Medicine Pavilion must have learned about the news of Little Xiantang's free clinic. In order to suppress Little Xiantong, they made such a move. Imperial Medicine Pavilion, whose reputation were much higher, was undoubtedly a magnet. As long as Imperial Medicine Pavilion was doing a free clinic, Little Xiantong wouldn't be able to recruit any patients. Even if they had to pay for other people's medicine, they would still choose Imperial Medicine Pavilion. What should we do? Should we do a free clinic another day? Lin Yao looked at the medicinal herbs on the stall with heartache and the people who were sweating profusely under the sun. It's useless to do it another day. The other party is clearly going against us. Needless to say, if we do a free clinic, they will also do the same. Imperial Medicine Pavilion is a big business. At most, they will just waste some manpower and material resources. We're just an unknown medical hall, yet the Medicine Emperor Pavilion is willing to go against us. How ironic. Yunxing pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. You guys take care of the shop first. Gufeng, take me to the front to have a look. Yunxing and Gufeng left the shop and turned into a street. Very soon, Yunxing saw the clinic set up by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He was really cunning. Yunxing looked around. It was obvious that Medicine Emperor Pavilion had bribed the authorities in Jade Capital. Their free clinic was located at the intersection of 3 of the busiest streets in Jade Capital. Carriages and horses came and went, and there was a surging tide of people. The flow of people was completely blocked by them. It was different from the temporary white canvas shop set up in Little Xiantong. On the shop set up by Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there was a huge signboard of Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Over 10 herb gatherers, herb men, and 5 to 6 physicians were busy. One of the seats had the most people. With a glance, Yunxing saw Qing Sihai who was sitting at the back. There was also Qi Tian who looked familiar. It was actually this pair of physicians who had the least medical ethics. Yunxing could roughly guess that the free clinic set up by Medicine Emperor Pavilion this time was related to Qing Sihai. Looking at the queue of Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it was over 100 meters long. Just Qing Sihai's seat alone had a queue that was over 60 to 70 meters long. Furthermore, the queue was still growing. Qing Sihai was a scattered physician. Even though his medical ethics weren't good, he was indeed taught by Wendagua. Imperial physician Yao and physician Fan, who were from the same sect as him, were both famous imperial physicians in Zhou state. Needless to say, his medical skills weren't bad. Furthermore, he was a scattered physician and his position in the medical world was second only to the imperial physicians. Such a physician, even if he participated in the free clinic on weekdays, at most, he would only receive about 10 people. Today, in order to attack Little Xiantong, Qing Sihai worked hard and personally received them. Those who heard that there was a scattered physician in the free clinic also gathered around one by one. No one would go to the deserted corner of Little Xiantong. One by one, don't crowd, great physician Qing is very busy. Several medicine men shouted from the side to maintain order. Qing Sihai also saw Yunxing and Gufing standing at the other end of the street. He showed a proud smile. If they fought with him, not only would Little Xiantong not be able to attract customers, but they would also have to pay for the medicine. Let's go. Yunxing looked at them for a while. She couldn't think of any way for a while, so she simply returned to the free clinic first. When Yunxing turned around and left, in an inconspicuous restaurant above the street, an old man and a housekeeper were looking down through the guardrail. The scene of Yunxing and Little Xiantong being ostracized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion also fell into the eyes of the old man. That lass doesn't know the difference between life and death. Her hair isn't even fully grown yet and she dares to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Does she really think that just because she's able to concoct a saint-tier pill, she's already a top-notch physician in the world? The old man had a grayish-white beard and a pair of tiger-like eyes. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, the aura of a veteran from the battlefield that came from his bones was as sharp as a sword. The old housekeeper, Uncle Yun, who was serving on the side, hurriedly poured a glass of wine for the old man and muttered in his heart. Little Miss didn't say that she was a first-class physician. He didn't know who it was. That day, when he heard that Little Miss had refined a sacred-level pill in the Wushuan Everlasting Palace, he was as happy as a monkey and jumped up and down in the general's mansion. He was so happy that he was drunk. For a moment, he forgot his feelings and kept shouting, "Worthy of being the descendant of my Marshal Saint General's mansion. A sacred-level pill, haha, compared to one Ruochu, you are much more powerful. Old man Chen, old man Lin, which of your family's descendants can compare to this old man? 8 years old, what was Wen Ruochu doing when she was 8 years old? I'm afraid she could only refine a beginner-grade pill for fun." Uncle Yun, who was listening at the side, felt helpless and amused. Wasn't Wen Ruochu the Grand Master of the country? Sigh, I say, old master, can you stop saying things that don't mean? These words, the old housekeeper only thought in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. This gray-bearded old man and the old housekeeper who was pouring wine were none other than the Marshal Saint General Yun Ba and his old housekeeper, Uncle Yun. Although the old general seemed to be reprimanding the little miss, his sharp gaze would occasionally drift over to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's clinic. The old butler had a rough idea of what was going on. "Old general, don't blame the little miss. She is still young and doesn't consider things thoroughly." Ever since Yun Ba found out that Yun Sheng was his biological granddaughter, although he didn't say anything, he used all sorts of excuses to collect information related to Little Mississippi. From where Little Miss was born when she was 6 years old, to when she came to the Jade Capital, entered the Imperial Magic Academy, and transferred to the Wushuan Everlasting Palace, the old general couldn't wait to investigate everything. Of course, Uncle Yun knew about these things. The old general definitely wouldn't admit it. Chapter 285. Half a month ago, when news of Yun Songlong's recovery reached the general's estate, Yun Ba was overjoyed. The old steward even revealed a rare smile when he saw him. After the first young master left and the second young master got into trouble, the old general rarely smiled. But then, an even more shocking piece of news came. The second young master had actually resigned from his position. He had handed over his military power without informing the old general of the situation. Moreover, it was said that after resigning, the second young master went to the Hunters Guild to register as a hunter. The second young master even reorganized the Yun family troops into a hunting troop called the Sky Felling Troop. This incident caused quite a commotion in the residence of Yun. The third miss, Yun Sangxue, scolded him with knives and sticks. This must have been because the little miss, Yun Xing, was playing tricks. Yun Songlong must have been bewitched by Yun Xing, which was why he did something similar to becoming an outlaw. Because she had heard that Yun Xing was in close contact with a few hunters. In her opinion, being a hunter was a despicable profession. Her second brother didn't want to be a general and became a hunter. This was an insult to the Yun family's reputation. When the old general found out, he couldn't help but grumble. But the next day, the old general still sneaked into the Yun family troops' encampment. When Yun Ba arrived, his face was full of anger. His appearance worried the old steward. If he bumped into the second young master, he would directly beat him up. When they were young, the first young master and second young master had been beaten by the old master. Because the old steward was worried, he followed the old master all the way to the Yun family troops' encampment. Yun Ba's cultivation was quite high, and the old steward's skills weren't weak either. The two of them sneaked into the Yun family troops' encampment without anyone noticing. They originally thought that they would see the Yun family troops in a state of disunity. After all, they were also aware of the Yun family troops' situation. However, to their great surprise, not only did they not see bandit-like hunting troops as they had expected, they only saw hunting troops dressed in bright armor. Looking at their cultivation, they were even stronger than the Yun family troops in their early years. Any random member of the Yun family army was a martial master. There were even a few people who were martial saints. They trained spontaneously in the morning, at noon, and at night. No one dared to slack off. This made the old butler think that what he saw was not some reorganized hunting corps, but the army of the Yun family that fought like the wind and had strict military discipline when the major general was at his prime. After checking for a day, old master quietly returned to the Yun residence. From then on, master never mentioned anything about the Yun army again, nor did he mention anything about the young general leaving home. But not long after, there was news of the appearance of a saint-grade medicinal pill, multicolored light, in the Jade capital. Old master also quickly found out that second miss was the one who refined the saint-grade pill. Especially when he found out that little miss had refined a saint-grade pill, old General Mood didn't say anything, but that night when he was drinking at dinner, he drank 3 more bowls of wine than usual. As a steward who had grown up with the master since he was young, the old steward knew best. This proved that the master was in a good mood. It could be seen that the master truly cared about this granddaughter of his. The old steward also had a good impression of Little Mississippi. Not to mention other things, Little Miss was young and lonely outside. But not only did she not learn bad things, she even learned medical skills and magic. Only this kind of Little Miss was worthy of the title of the successor of the general's residence. But the old master was stubborn. He hoped that the young miss could return to the family, but he refused to open his mouth. Just like this time, when he found out that little miss was going to provide free medical treatment, he was worried and secretly ran to the restaurant to wait for an entire morning. The old steward carefully glanced at his master. At this moment, the wine cup in his hand had stopped moving. "Master, we can't go on like this. Why don't we find a few soldiers?" the old steward said as he carefully observed Yunba's expression. What he meant was that he wanted to find some guards and soldiers from the residents of Yun to be Yunxing's support. You mean to find patients for her? It's fine if you don't have the ability, but you still want the Yun residents to help. No way. Yunba drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and stood up. With his head held high, he glared at the old steward and left the restaurant. The old steward held the wine cup in the air and shook his head. When Yunsheng and Gufing returned to the little CI in Tang's clinic, their expressions weren't very good. There was still no one in front of the little CI in Tang's clinic. Lin Yao, and the rest were also silent. No one said anything and only fiddled with the medicinal herbs in their hands. Wait a little longer. Our clinic has a total of 3 days. I don't believe that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion will also provide free medical treatment for 3 days. Dr. Fan also said. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free medical treatment usually only lasted for 1 day. Even if all the residents of the Jade Capital went to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today, some of the patients who didn't receive the news of the free medical consultation or who came late due to the distance might not be able to make it in time for the free medical consultation. Yunxing wasn't in a hurry. She ordered the few people to continue with their work. Another hour passed. An old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen walking in front of the little CI in Tang's clinic. Gufing's eyes were sharp. He immediately went forward and asked politely, "Elder, do you want to see a doctor?" "We are the doctors of the little CI in Tang. Today, you are coincidentally meeting the most famous doctor in our clinic. We will give you a free medical treatment and also give you a free prescription. This opportunity can't be missed." The old man wearing the bamboo hat stopped. The bamboo hat's eaves were very low, so the old man's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Cough, cough. The old man deliberately coughed a few times and walked over. He sat down casually. Through the low bamboo eaves, he looked Yunxing up and down. Yunxing felt a probing gaze. At the same time, she also felt a bit of disbelief from the bamboo hat. Not knowing why, Yunxing felt an indescribable sense of familiarity from the old man's aura. "Little girl, you can also be called a doctor. Look at the doctor of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in front of you. That is a real doctor." The old man opened his mouth and was full of sarcasm. This made the few people at the side frown and look at Gufing with resentment. What kind of person did this brat bring over? Gufing also had an awkward expression. How could he know that this old man was so picky? "Elder, medical skills and age have nothing to do with each other. You should know that Xia Wenqiu and Xia Ximing from the temple are also not that old. However, when he was at my age, he was already famous for his magical treatment." Yunxing didn't get angry. She just smiled and didn't care about the old man's provocation. "Humph, what a big tone. You actually dare to compare yourself with the genius of the temple." However, the tone of his words was much more polite. So this little girl also knows what it means to respect the old and love the young. Why did she always bicker with this old man in the general's mansion? Under the bamboo hat, Yunba's expression kept changing. ***, thank you Big Blue, Beyond Redemption, and Yu Luoti for their tips. ***. Chapter 286. The sneaky old man wearing a bamboo hat was Yunba. Just now in the restaurant, he stubbornly refused the old steward Uncle Yun's proposal and slipped out of the restaurant. After buying a bamboo hat and concealing his tyrannical battle chi, he unhurriedly went to the front of the little CI in Tang's clinic. When one's cultivation reached the martial saint realm like Yunba, they had already reached the realm of returning to their original state. He could easily restrain his aura and make himself look no different from an ordinary person. In order to not let Yunxing recognize him, Yunba specially covered his bamboo hat and even used the bone shrinking technique to make some changes to his figure. Now that he was walking on the street, even if the old steward saw him at first glance, he might not be able to recognize him. Just as he expected, someone in the clinic called out to him and a little fatty even helped him to the front of the clinic like an old man. Since that's the case, then help this old man take a look and see if this old man is sick or not. Yunba stretched out his hand in front of Yunxing. In his heart, he muttered, "Little girl, don't fool this old man. Although this old man has reached this age, my body is still very strong." A year ago in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Imperial Physician Yao also said that this old man's body is not worse than an ordinary middle-aged man. Yunxing naturally couldn't hear the words in Yunba's heart. It was not easy for a guest to come, so Yunxing also wanted to properly receive him. Today's clinic could be considered a good start. Who would have thought that when the old man's hand was placed in front of her, Yunxing's delicate brows couldn't help but knit together. This pair of hands. When Yunxing saw the old man's hands, they didn't look like the hands of an old man. Although the old man's figure looked a bit stooped, his hands looked like the hands of a martial artist. There were many calluses on his palms and the muscles on his arms were very strong. When she took his pulse, she immediately heard the sound of a strong pulse. Moreover, Yunxing could faintly feel that there was an endless amount of internal energy in the old man's body. This inner strength was even deeper than the inner strength he felt when he was treating his second uncle, Yun Sanglang. An old man with a higher cultivation than second uncle Yun Sanglang. Yunxing seemed to have suddenly understood something. After a long time, Yunxing released her hand. The old man seemed to have become impatient. "Did you see anything wrong with it? Your health is good, but you have some problems. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Go back and ask someone to decoct it. Take it every morning and night." Yunxing smiled and was about to write a prescription. Wait. Yunba originally wanted to give Yunxing a good start to her free medical consultation, so he pretended to be a patient. Who would have thought that he would actually prescribe medicine for her? How could he, Yunba, have any problems with his health? Even now, he could still eat 3 big bowls of rice, drink a jar of wine, and drink 5 to 6 caddies of beef. Compared to the young men in Zhou State's army, his body was as strong as a calf. This reckless little girl, a Mongolian doctor, she must have done it on purpose. She actually said that there was something wrong with his health. Yunba was so agitated that he snatched the brush from Yunxing's hand. The moment he snatched it, the bamboo brush was immediately crushed by him. When Gufeng, Huang Ke, and the others saw this, they all became alert and surrounded Yunba. "Little girl, don't try to fool people. To tell you the truth, this old man's health is very good. Even the imperial physicians of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion said that I'm very healthy. Yet you said that you want to prescribe medicine. It's wrong of you to try to fool people like this." Yunba was an upright person. He originally had some prejudice against Yunxing. Although the other party was his granddaughter, he couldn't let her use the name of a doctor to fool people outside. "Old man, the imperial physicians said that you're not sick because your body is stronger than ordinary people. If they didn't pay attention, they naturally wouldn't be able to see the hidden dangers in your body. Don't be in such a rush. I'll ask you a few questions first. If my questions aren't correct, you can say that I'm a quack and that I'm trying to fool you. But if my questions are correct, you should obediently return and take your medicine according to my prescription." Yunxing had already confirmed that this bamboo-hat old man was undoubtedly Yunba. Yunba was the only one in the entire Yujing city who had a firecracker personality that could be ignited at the slightest provocation. Yunba saw that Yunxing's expression was calm and unhurried, so he also became doubtful. Alright, tell me. If what you say is wrong, don't blame me for smashing the reputation of your medical center. Yunba sat back down. At this moment, Gufeng and the rest who were watching from the side could also see that this old man who wore a bamboo hat and looked no different from an ordinary old man wasn't an ordinary person. In that instant just now, the tone he used to question Yunxing was clearly the tone of someone in a superior position. This person's identity was probably not simple. Perhaps he was even invited by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to cause trouble. At this moment, Gufeng was filled with regret. He wanted nothing more than to chop off his own hand. Why was he so stupid to have pulled this malefic star over? Let me ask you. Do you often feel a faint pain at the 2 fingers on your right abdomen? Do you also have edema around your leg every time summer and autumn intersects? Yunxing didn't seem to notice the worries of her companions as she casually glanced at the old man. Thump. Yunba's gray beard trembled. He really did have the symptoms that the little girl had mentioned. But how did she know? Could it be that she had recognized his identity? Or was it Song Lang who told her? No, other than the old butler and his daughter, Yun Sangshue, who knew about his symptoms, even Song Lang didn't know. Moreover, she had only taken his pulse just now. How could she know about his symptoms? Yunba fell silent. That's right. Old brother of mine, every once in a while, he would have the symptoms that the little doctor mentioned. Little doctor, tell me, what kind of illness is this? Yunba almost vomited blood when he heard this. Wasn't this the old butler, Uncle Yun, who dared to interrupt him without his permission? It turned out that after Yunba had left him behind, Uncle Yun couldn't find his master anywhere. He was also worried about the little Mrs. Free clinic, so he started to wander around. He happened to see a suspicious-looking old man in front of the little Mrs. Clinic. Just as Uncle Yun was suspecting the old man's identity, Yunba crushed the writing brush in Yunxing's hand. Only then did Uncle Yun recognize his master's identity. Uncle Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, oh master, can you stop saying things you don't mean? You. Why are you here? I don't have any illness. I just feel uncomfortable occasionally. Yunba's old face under his bamboo hat was extremely red, as if he had drunk 10 caddies of white wine. Both of you, stop arguing. This old man's illness is called alcoholic liver. Yunxing glanced at Uncle Yun and saw him blinking at her. She sighed helplessly in her heart. Chapter 287. Due to the need for disinfection during medical treatment, Yunxing's beast language ring was always stocked with wine. In this era, there was no pure alcohol, so Yunxing had always used strong liquor to replace alcohol. After coming to the Jade Capital, she searched for a long time before finally finding the Four Seas Winery's burning knife. It was the strongest liquor she could find at the moment, and the alcohol content in the modern era was at least over 60%. Alcoholic liver. What's that? I've only heard of pork liver and beef liver, how can there be an alcoholic liver? Little girl, don't try to fool me. When Yunba Zhan he heard this, the beard under his bamboo hat trembled. It's caused by excessive drinking. How's your usual alcohol tolerance? Yunxing pretended not to see Yunba Zhan's angry expression. She and this old general must have been incompatible in their previous lives, quarreling every time they met. That's right. Little divine physician, you're right. He drinks an entire jar of liquor for a meal, and it's the burning knife wine from the Four Seas Winery in the Jade Capital. Steward Yun became even more anxious and exposed Yunba Zhan's past without a second word. A jar of Four Seas Winery's burning knife wine. A jar of liquor was at least 10 caddies, and Yunba Zhanhe actually drank 10 caddies of strong liquor with over 60% alcohol content for a meal. If it was in the past, Yunsheng would definitely point at Yunba Zhanhe's nose and scold him. But this old man in front of her was definitely not someone she could point at and scold. Even though she knew that he was Yunba Zhanhe in disguise, Yun Songlong had already warned her about his temper. He was a person who would not give up his face. The older he got, the more his temper grew, and even though his cultivation didn't increase much, he became more and more unreasonable. However, Yunba Zhanhe still refused to accept his age. Relying on his cultivation, he patted his chest every day and said that his meals were more delicious and his body was more healthy. If any doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were to say that there was something wrong with his body, they would definitely be scolded badly. Only the Medicine Emperor could barely take a look at his body because of Wendogwa's hand. This old man isn't sick. You're a Mongolian doctor, trying to sell dog meat with a sheep's head. What alcoholic liver and pig liver? Yunba was unconvinced. Yunxing finally understood. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, even if one was a martial sage, if one wanted to be unreasonable, they would still be unreasonable. I'm not sick. It's not up to you to decide. I'm the doctor. If you say that you're not sick, then why don't you take a shot from me? If you can still stand after this shot, then I'll immediately close the volunteer clinic and quit Yujing's medical industry. Yun Sheng was also getting excited. At this moment, the two of them were like two red-eyed calves. Their necks were red, and neither of them wanted to admit defeat. At this moment, Yunba's arrogance had been suppressed. Uncle Yun, who was watching from the side, was panicking. What exactly was Master doing? He was clearly here to support Little Miss, but how did it turn into a mess? In Yunba's heart, he was also grumbling bitterly. If his granddaughter really closed the free clinic because of this, wouldn't he be harming her? If worse comes to worst, I'll just have to suffer a little and admit defeat. Yunba coughed. One shot. You think you can make me unable to stand with one shot? Even when Dao Guo wouldn't dare to have such confidence. I'll give you a handicap of 3 shots. If you make me unable to stand after 3 shots, then I'll admit defeat. Yunba thought to himself. But when he looked around, his old eyes suddenly swayed, and he almost fainted. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known that in just a moment, the originally deserted clinic was actually surrounded by quite a number of people. Yunba was used to shouting in the Yun residence. His voice was like a broken gong, and every shout was accurate. Just now, he was arguing with all his might. His loud voice attracted quite a number of people from all directions. Now, it was really hard to stop halfway. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, was very calm. She had seen such a scene before. In the modern era, she had participated in a free clinic organized by the Red Cross Society. At that time, there were many more onlookers. Yunxing took out her 4 seasons colored glass needles. Her needles were only as thick as a cow's hair, and they were red, yellow, blue, and green. They were very beautiful. When Yunba saw this, he became even more dissatisfied. You're using such small needles to diagnose my illness. I think these needles won't even be able to break my skin. Yunba's cultivation wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Although he had restrained his battle aura, once he reached the martial sage realm, he could control his battle aura as he wished. Once he encountered an external attack, the battle aura within his body would automatically flow over the surface of his body. This was the so-called invulnerability of swords and spears. Yunba pondered. These beautiful needles would probably break the moment they pierced his skin. When Yunxing said that she could determine the root of his illness with just one needle, Yunba didn't believe it at all. Don't underestimate my needles. The last person who underestimated my needles learned a great lesson. Yunxing recalled Yi Baiming and the Dark Crown Prince. Whoever dared to mock Yunxing's needles would all obediently lie down. Yunba snorted. Yunxing began to apply her needles. Once an expert started, the truth would be revealed. It was only then that Yunba realized that Yunxing's needles and the way she used them were different from others. Her needles were very fast. Even with Yunba's eyesight, he could only see Yunxing's hand shake before a needle pierced 2 fingers above his right abdomen. When the needle pierced through, Yunba's skin was immediately covered in a dense layer of goosebumps. Any cultivator would know that those weren't goosebumps, but a layer of battle aura formed by battle aura. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to pierce through this layer of battle aura. Yunba snorted with satisfaction, but the meaning behind his words was that she didn't know what was good for her. She was just a sorcerer. Did she really think that those fancy spells could compare to real battle techniques? Yunba thought to himself that it was time for this little girl to suffer some setbacks. In Yunba's opinion, although this granddaughter of his was quite talented, she was still a little arrogant. She dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion after only learning medicine for a short period of time. She didn't have much respect for her grandfather either. It would be beneficial to temper her. Thinking of this, Yunba exerted a little force. With the vigorous battle aura of a martial saint, the 4 Seasons glass needle in Yunxing's hand seemed to have collided with a wall. It actually bent into a 90-degree arc. It looked as if the needle would break in the next moment. Just as Yunba was feeling pleased with himself, he inwardly exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he felt a strange, soft, invisible force coming from the 4 Seasons colored glass needle. The 3rd level of the soul-healing divine needle. A dark light flashed in Yunxing's eyes. In an instant, several hidden needles rushed into Yunba's right abdomen. One of them accurately hit Yunba's liver. Chapter 288. Uncle Yun watched from the side. Separated by Yunba's tall back, he only knew that the old master was currently competing with the little miss. He suddenly felt the old master's shoulders tremble slightly. Immediately after, Yunba actually took a small step back. Old master. Uncle Yun was shocked. If Uncle Yun hadn't been standing so close to the old master, this step would have been almost negligible. Even the onlookers at the side did not notice that step. But this step caused Uncle Yun's expression to change. He was forced to take a step back by Yunxing's needle. That was Yunba, the Grand Martial Saint of Zhou State. Even when he faced off against the Martial Saint of later Qin, Tian Kezi, who was also a martial saint, and the two fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, the old master had never been forced to take even half a step back. But now, the little miss had actually used a needle as light as an embroidery needle to force the old master to take a step back. Uncle Yun stood at the side, looking at his old master with an almost uneasy expression. Damn it, it hurts too much. If he wasn't wearing a bamboo hat, Yunba would have really embarrassed himself. He grimaced in pain as the sweat on his forehead dripped down. His lips trembled and his tongue seemed to be tied into a knot, unable to move nimbly. Yunba was in so much pain that his liver felt like it was burning. Yunxing's needle was very strange. Its strength had penetrated directly into his body. Old. Are you all right? Uncle Yun's voice brought Yunba back to his senses. All right, my ass. Yunba cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was also suspicious. Could it be that there was really something wrong with his body? This needle actually caused his hidden illness to flare up. Yunba, who had been shouting loudly a while ago, didn't have any of his temper now. After holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out 2 words. Prescribe medicine. Medicine. Uncle Yun was also shocked. The old master was really sick. Uncle Yun immediately ran in front of Yunxing. Little godly doctor, you just said that our old. What illness did he have? Is there any medicine for it? Yunxing didn't even raise her eyebrows as she said indifferently, fortunately, we discovered it early. Go and grab some medicine that can clear the liver and relieve internal heat. You're not allowed to drink within 3 months. You can't get angry. Eat a light diet. In the future, you need to drink less and drink more. Not drinking. Don't get angry. And a light diet. For a master who was addicted to alcohol, who roared like a lion from Hedong every 2 to 3 days, and who had to have fish and meat for every meal, how could he live? Uncle Yun's face stiffened as he looked at his master. Unfortunately, old master's face was covered by the bamboo hat, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. Do it. Yun Ba was still convulsing from the pain in his liver. He knew that if he didn't do as he was told, his little granddaughter would never be able to relieve the heart-wrenching pain in his liver. That's a good patient. Yunxing smiled and gently pulled out the Four Seasons glass needle. The pain was immediately relieved. Yun Ba sucked in a mouthful of cold air and was about to look for Yunxing to settle the account. After Uncle Yun took a few sets of medicine, he respectfully thanked Yunxing. At this time, someone suddenly pointed at Uncle Yun and shouted, "Hey, isn't that the old housekeeper of the Marshal St. General's mansion? He actually came to this shop for free medical treatment." Everyone's eyes fell on the old man wearing the bamboo hat who ordered Uncle Yun to take care of him. It can't be, right? Could it be that this suspicious old man was the Marshal St. General? But wasn't the Marshal St. General an old friend of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's Wendaiguoshu? Moreover, a character like the Marshal St. General, if he was really sick, he must be treated by an imperial physician. He actually came to visit the little Xiantong. That's right, the Marshal St. General must have some shameful illness. He was too embarrassed to look for Wendaiguoshu, so he came to this small clinic to see a doctor. Could it be that the little Xiantong could really see the illness that even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't see? The imagination of the masses really had no lower limit. Even the old housekeeper of the Marshal St. General's mansion had to listen to the order to get medicine, then this person was, Yun Ba almost vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. He didn't dare to stay on Yunxing's bed any longer and immediately ran away as if he was running for his life. Uncle Yun also awkwardly took the medicine and chased after his master. Wow, Yunxing, that old man just now couldn't be. Gufing's gossipy soul was burning as he asked from the side, could it be that the old man really has some terminal illness? Gufing had seen Yunxing use acupuncture before. Yunxing's acupuncture technique had never been seen before in the continent, but her acupuncture technique was very mysterious. It's not a big problem. He is a martial artist, so his body's foundation is good. But if he continues, it will damage his body. Those are all ordinary medicines used to detoxify the poison. As for that needle, it's because I pierced his liver acupoint. Yunxing was well versed in both Chinese and Western medicine. The liver is one of the main organs of the human body. The liver acupoint is a saying in Chinese medicine. That place is actually the place with the most blood vessels and nerves in the liver. When Yunxing used the needle with magic, the liver would be in severe pain. But it didn't cause any damage to the human body. Moreover, Yun Ba's liver wasn't good, so Yunxing's needle was successful. Yun Ba's interference this time had brought about an unexpected effect. Perhaps it was because the old housekeeper of the Marshal St. General's mansion and the mysterious person suspected to be the Marshal St. General also came to the little Xiantong for treatment. Perhaps it was because the queue of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was too long. One after another, people began to move to the little Xiantong's free clinic. Yunxing also received several patients one after another. From afternoon to evening, Yunxing had received a total of more than 20 guests. However, other than Yunba, who was the first to arrive, most of the guests only had the most common cold, which did not reflect Yunqing's medical skills at all. When the sun was about to set, there was no one in front of the little Ci and Tang's shop. Gufing and the others also began to clean up the stall. In front of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's shop, there were still dozens of patients waiting to see the doctor. Qing Sihai impatiently looked at the volunteer medical team in front of him. This time, if it wasn't to attack the little Xiantang, he really wouldn't be willing to accept such a volunteer medical treatment. The volunteer medical treatment was a thankless task. It was just to gain a good reputation. After a day, Qing Sihai was already tired. He wasn't a martial artist, nor was he a magician. His physical strength had long been exhausted. Qitian, I'll leave the rest of the people to you. Qing Sihai glanced at the queue, yawned, and was about to get up. At this time, a patient rushed out from the back of the queue. Dr. Qing, I came to see you for treatment. Please help me. The person who spoke was a man of about 30 years old, accompanied by a peasant woman. Both of them had big hands and feet. Their clothes were rough. At first glance, one could see that they came from a poor family. Standing in the crowd for most of the afternoon, the husband and wife's lips were dry. They were sweating profusely and had an anxious look on their face. They were afraid that Qing Sihai would really leave, so they blocked Qing Sihai's way. Qing Sihai was somewhat unhappy, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had to take back his steps. Chapter 289. This patient had heard of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free medical consultation and that a famous doctor like Qing Sihai would be attending the consultation. Hence, he spared no effort to rush over from a village several miles away. Due to the long journey, he and his wife only managed to queue up in the afternoon. After the couple rushed over, they didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water as they waited in the queue for Qing Sihai to treat their illness. Who would have thought that when it was finally their turn, Qing Sihai would stand up and leave? The patient couple had no choice but to snatch him out of the queue. Qi Tian is also a famous doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. His medical skills were personally taught by this doctor. You can just look for him. Qing Sihai looked at the two with disgust. Just looking at the farmer's hands that were covered in dirt, Qing Sihai was unwilling to treat his illness. These poor men from the village liked to pester endlessly. Wasn't it just some minor ailments like headache and fever? Was there a need for this doctor to personally treat them? Qing Sihai's face was filled with reluctance. After sending Qi Tian away, he wanted to leave. No, Dr. Qing, my illness has already been treated by the doctors in the village. They also couldn't do anything about it. They said to look for a doctor in the city. The man cried and begged. The farmer woman at the side also begged. The two of them were just short of kneeling on the ground and begging Qing Sihai. Lord Doctor, my husband has had this illness for more than half a year. In the past, it would only act up once every month. Now, it would act up once every 2 or 3 days. The husband and wife were anxious. They surrounded Qing Sihai and refused to leave. Get out of the way. You poor, Sai, I'm afraid of you. Speak, what's wrong with you? Qing Sihai saw the people from Little Xiantang, including Yunxing, walking over from the other end of the street. In order to show off his medical skills, he couldn't help but change his mind. Many thanks, doctor. My child's father, your ears can be saved. The farmer woman was extremely excited. The man also hurriedly spoke about his illness. Let's take a look at the side first. Yunxing glanced at the man and saw that his complexion was normal. His limbs were also very healthy and his complexion was good. He didn't seem to be sick. She also wanted to see how Qing Sihai treated his illness. Doctor, I don't know what illness I'm suffering from. Half a year ago, I would often feel pain in my ears. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but later on, every time the pain flared up, he couldn't hear anything. Recently, my ears have been hurting from time to time. It feels like someone is poking needles into my brain. There's such a strange disease. Hearing the farmer's words, Ching Sihai checked the farmer's ears. He pressed the farmer's ear with his hand and looked around to check the farmer's pulse. After a careful examination, he didn't find anything strange. There's nothing wrong with your body. Your liver, spleen, and lungs are also very healthy. You don't look like you're sick. Don't come here blindly. Ching Sihai was very confident in his medical skills. After he diagnosed the farmer, he found that there was nothing wrong with him. He then asked about the farmer's daily diet and found nothing wrong. Even Yun Sheng, who was listening from the side, didn't think there was anything wrong with the farmer. He also didn't have any bad habits, and it was impossible for him to be like Yun Ba, who was addicted to alcohol and had a hidden illness. Seeing that the sun was gradually setting, Ching Sihai still couldn't find anything wrong with the farmer. I don't think you're sick. It's getting late and the free clinic has ended. You should wait for your illness to flare up another day before you come back for treatment. Ching Sihai directly sent the farmer back. Lord Doctor, it wasn't easy for us to come to the city. My child's father's illness can't be delayed any longer. Hearing that Ching Sihai didn't have a solution, the farmer's wife became anxious. Then what do you want to do? As the saying goes, prescribe the right medicine for the illness. Your husband's illness doesn't have any symptoms at all. How are you going to treat him? Ching Sihai was getting impatient from being pestered, so he simply ordered his subordinates to chase this troublesome couple away. The couple was alone and weak. How could they compare to the many people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? The Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free clinic ended just like that. Let's go back first. Huang Ke asked Yun Sheng. Although Ching Sihai's method was rude and unreasonable, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Some illnesses could only be diagnosed when they flare up. Seeing that the free clinic had ended, the couple could only leave in disappointment. Halfway through, they suddenly heard the farmer's mournful cry. Everyone turned around and saw that the farmer who was still fine a moment ago had already collapsed onto the ground. He hugged his head and rolled around on the ground in pain. It's flaring up again, Lord Doctor, it's flaring up again. Please take a look at him. We'll repay your kindness even if we have to do anything for you. The farmer's wife beside him was so frightened that her face turned pale. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Ching Sihai. Hold him down. Let me take a look. Ching Sihai walked forward. The farmer's illness came suddenly. He was still fine a moment ago, but now, he was curled up in pain with beads of sweat rolling down his face. Even if they weren't doctors, they could tell that the farmer was indeed sick. Who would have thought that the farmer would struggle so fiercely? The ordinary doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't have much strength. It took 4 to 5 of them to forcefully hold the farmer down. Ching Sihai took a look at the farmer's mouth, nose, tongue, and pulse. What surprised him was that other than the splitting headache, the farmer's other body parts were normal. There were no signs of illness at all. Strange, this is really strange. There's no illness in his body, nor are there any signs of poisoning. Why would he have such a headache for no reason? Ching Sihai thought to himself. But at this moment, he couldn't just leave in a huff. Everyone saw that the farmer's illness had flared up in front of him. It wouldn't be right for him to say that he wasn't sick. If he were to bring the farmer back to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it would mean that he didn't have the ability to treat him. If so, who would be willing to seek treatment from him in the future? Time passed by slowly. Ching Sihai was also unable to back down. He even started to blame the couple in his heart. If they hadn't appeared, how would he have encountered such a troublesome situation? "Lord Doctor, what illness does my husband have?" The farmer's wife had placed all her hopes on Ching Si-hai. Seeing that the latter wasn't willing to speak, the farmer's wife thought that the farmer had contracted some fatal illness. She was so frightened that her legs went soft, and she couldn't even stand up. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at Ching Si-hai again. "Let me try inserting a few needles into him." Ching Si-hai had no choice but to order his medicine boy to bring over some gold needles. He wanted to help the farmer stop the pain first. Ching Si-hai pondered. The only thing he could do now was to make the farmer calm down. There were so many people around. If he couldn't calm down after inserting a few needles, wouldn't he lose a lot of face? He secretly gave Chi Tian a look, telling the latter to apply some muscle-weakening powder on the needles when he took them out. Chi Tian understood and hurriedly went to get the gold needles. Thank you for you Luo, Yu, and Squirrel for their rewards. Chapter 290. As soon as the gold needles were delivered, Ching Si-hai was about to perform the acupuncture. When Yunsheng saw Chi Tian and Ching Si-hai secretly exchanging glances with each other, a glint flashed across her eyes. The magic scepter under her sleeve shook slightly and a tiny thorn pierced towards the farmer from the ground. At this moment, the farmer had already lost consciousness due to the pain. At this moment, he suddenly felt a piercing pain coming from his lower body as if someone had poked him with a needle. He cried out in pain and broke free from the few weak medicine men at the side. He bumped into Ching Si-hai, who was bending over to perform the acupuncture. Ching Si-hai's luck was bad. When the farmer bumped into him, the needle that he was about to perform the acupuncture ended up on his own face. Although the anesthetic produced by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't be compared to Yunsheng's unique Devil's Snare Lotus anesthetic, the effect wasn't too far off. The gold needle pierced into the acupuncture point on his face and Ching Si-hai instantly felt a numbing sensation on his face. Half of his face was paralyzed. That half of his face didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if his facial paralysis was acting up. He squeaked and pointed at his own face, unable to say anything. When the medicine men and doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion saw this, they were shocked and rushed forward to check on him. In an instant, the scene became even more lively. The medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion frantically checked on Ching Si-hai's condition. That farmer was still hugging his head with both hands and rolling on the ground in pain. "Doctor." That farmer woman also panicked. She didn't expect that even the medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't do anything about her husband's illness. "Yunsheng, what kind of illness do you think that person has?" Goofing pulled Yunsheng. Yunsheng was still sizing up that farmer. "He doesn't seem to be sick." Yunsheng waved the magic scepter in her hand, and a stream of water elemental magic immediately surged out and turned into a rope, binding the farmer who was rolling on the ground. "You guys, what are you doing?" Seeing a light blue rope that looked like a rope but didn't actually look like a rope, that farmer woman hurriedly went forward to reason with Yunsheng. "It's you guys again. This is a patient of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. What does it have to do with your little Xiantong?" After Chi Tian and the doctor settled Ching Si-hai down, they turned around and saw that Yunsheng and the others were also present. "What a joke. You guys have no way to cure this patient from the start, and you still dare to say that there's a patient in the Medicine Sovereign's Pavilion? You guys better go and see your master. If we didn't save him in time, I'm afraid his facial paralysis wouldn't have recovered in a short time." Yunsheng smiled coldly. She was not surprised by Ching Si-hai's shameless behavior. "That's right. Just now, anyone could see that your master couldn't save anyone. Now, he's even disabled himself." Lin Yao wasn't someone to be trifled with, so she added fuel to the fire. Qi Tian was forced into a corner and he hurriedly asked his master Qing Sihai for help. The latter's eyes were also filled with anger. He whimpered a few times at Qi Tian, looking very comical. After receiving his master's instructions, Qi Tian also gained some confidence. He looked at Yunxing and the others provocatively. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a female magician. Who says that our medicine Emperor Pavilion can't cure him? I'll perform acupuncture now and show you how to cure him. Qi Tian's master was Qing Sihai, so his acupuncture technique could be considered decent. Just now, the farmer was pressed down by several people, but he was still struggling endlessly. It was very difficult to perform acupuncture. But now, the farmer was tied up by Yunxing with water binding, so it was more convenient to perform acupuncture. Qi Tian took out his silver needles and went to the farmer. According to Qing Sihai's instructions, he inserted 2 needles into the farmer's ear. It was fine if he didn't insert the needles. After the needles were inserted, the farmer who had originally calmed down started roaring like a madman. Some blood actually seeped out of his ear, and the pain became even more intense. Qi Tian was shocked. What was going on? He had done everything according to his master's instructions. Why did the patient's condition worsen instead? Get out of the way. Yunxing looked and frowned. She walked forward and pushed the eyesore Qi Tian away. How did this happen? Qi Tian looked at Qing Sihai as if he was asking for help. The expressionless Qing Sihai also didn't know what to do at this moment. He originally thought that the farmer had a headache and that it was a migraine. If it was a migraine, a few needles would most likely be able to stop the pain. Even if it wasn't effective, the farmer's ear wouldn't bleed. He doesn't have a migraine. When you inserted the needles into his ear, his vital energy and blood rushed to his ear. Naturally, he would bleed. Yunxing calmed down and checked the farmer's pulse and heartbeat. Then, she opened his eyelids. The farmer's wife was already scared silly. When she saw Yunxing calmly checking on her husband, she looked as if she had seen her savior and kept begging at the side. This little doctor. You can treat my husband's illness. I beg you, you must save him. Our family of 5 depends on him to survive. I beg you. Sister-in-law, don't panic. Tell me first. Did uncle have any old illness in his early years that was treated recently? Yunxing helped the farmer's wife up and asked with a pleasant expression. She was born in Banana Leaf Village. The farmer's wife in front of her reminded her of her village neighbors. Therefore, her words were very polite. The doctors that the farmer's wife had seen were all like Qing Sihai. They had arrogant faces. Even during the free clinic, they didn't speak nicely to her. She looked at Yunxing's eyes that were like the night sky. Yunxing's kind words made her flustered heart gradually calm down. Old illness. Yes, my husband had tinnitus in his early years. However, it was just a small problem. About a year ago, the Jade Capital held a free clinic. I remember that it was also a free clinic held by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. At that time, there was a famous doctor who treated my husband's tinnitus problem. After inserting a few needles, he didn't have that problem anymore. The farmer's wife recalled. Tinnitus wasn't a big problem and the farmer's wife didn't put it to heart. If Yunxing didn't ask, the farmer's wife wouldn't have recalled it. I'm afraid that there was a problem with the needles at that time. Try to recall which doctor was the one who inserted the needles for uncle. Yunxing guided the farmer's wife patiently. She had also heard Qing Sihai asking about the farmer's diet and previous medical history. However, she didn't discover anything. Now that she asked, she was sure that there was a problem with that free clinic. It was a doctor with the surname Wang. The farmer's wife tried her best to recall. Venomous slander. Don't think that we don't know what you guys are thinking. You guys are trying to slander our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When Qi Tian and the other pharmacists and doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion heard that, they were furious. That damned little Xiantang. They actually suspected that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's treatment caused the farmer's illness. Whether it's venomous slander or not, I will know after I ask clearly. If you guys didn't do it, I will naturally apologize to you guys. After Yunxing asked clearly, she carefully checked the farmer's ears. Shenong's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at the farmer's ears for a moment. Sister-in-law, think again. When that doctor with the surname Wang inserted the needles, what kind of needles did he use? The farmer's wife thought for a moment. She was just a farmer's wife and didn't know anything about medical skills. As for what kind of needles, she naturally didn't remember. I also don't remember much. However, it's definitely not the needles used by those two doctors. The farmer's wife replied Yunxing with certainty. Chapter 291. The moment the farmer woman said that, the faces of the few people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion changed. Especially the few medicine men, their faces turned pale. Earlier on, Qi Tian and Qing Sihai had performed acupuncture one after another. Within the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, according to the rank of the doctor, the amount of needles that could be used was also different. Yunxing had already heard about this from Dr. Fan when she went to take the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion earlier on. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, one could only start from the rank of doctor and the needles used were silver needles. After that, it would be gold needles like Qing Sihai's. After that, the royal doctors would use the precious purple gold needles. Therefore, needles were a symbol of status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Although the farmer woman didn't recognize needles, she was certain that Dr. Wang, who performed acupuncture on her husband that day, didn't use silver or gold needles. The changes in the expressions of the few medicine men were all seen by Yunxing. This medicine man, can you take out the practice needles that you usually use and let me take a look at them? Yunxing stared at one of the medicine men. That medicine man bit his lips. His eyes were flustered as he looked at Qi Tian and Qing Sihai. Needles are the most precious medical tools for a doctor. I can't just casually lend them to others. He rejected right away. However, Yunxing smiled indifferently. With a wave of her hand, she suddenly grabbed the waist of that medicine man. By the time the medicine man reacted, the needle bag that he had hidden on his waist had already been snatched away. Men, this person actually dares to openly snatch something from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Take her down. When Qi Tian saw this, he immediately ordered a few people by the side to go up and snatch back the needle bag. However, how could such a motley crew be a match for Yunxing? Yunxing's body swayed and she nimbly dodged. With a shake of her hand, a row of practice needles appeared in front of everyone. She asked the farmer woman, "Sister-in-law, take a closer look. When Dr. Wang performed acupuncture on uncle previously, did he use this kind of needle?" The woman leaned forward to take a look and said with certainty, "It's this kind of needle." Then the truth has already been revealed. To think that the Grand Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't even have a single physician during the volunteer medical consultation. Instead, they had herb men who didn't even have the qualifications to impersonate physicians to perform acupuncture. Herb men didn't have the qualifications to practice medicine. This was something that even the commoners knew. The row of iron needles in Yunxing's hands were custom-made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. They were meant to be used as practice dummies. Everyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion knew about this. For most of the Boundless Continent's doctors, it was a long and arduous process from the herb-gathering boys' identification, gathering, and dispensing of herbs to the herbalists. With the exception of a few exceptionally talented doctors, most people started picking herbs at the age of 6. They would only become herbalists at the age of 15 or 16. After becoming a herbalist, one would need to go through 5 to 6 years of painstaking cultivation, practice medicine with a physician, and obtain the physician's recommendation before one could participate in the physician qualification examination. Of course, people like Yunxing, who had a solid foundation in medicine in her previous life and obtained the special recognition of the imperial physician because of her craniotomy, were an exception. The imperial physician had the qualifications to directly promote doctors. However, others weren't so lucky. That so-called physician Wang of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was actually an experienced herbalist. A year ago, during a volunteer medical consultation, because the arranged physician was lazy and slacking, that herbalist surnamed Wang recklessly performed acupuncture on a farmer who came to the volunteer medical consultation. At that time, there were also a few herbalists from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion present. However, everyone thought that it was just a few needles and wasn't of much importance. No one would associate those needles with the strange illness of the farmer in front of them. Yunxing's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the surrounding crowd to explode. The panic of the few herbalists fell into the eyes of the crowd. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion, as the role model of all medical practitioners, actually allowed a herbalist who didn't have the qualifications to perform acupuncture. This was truly a huge scandal in the ancient medical world. Facing the farmer who was bleeding from his ear and the farmer woman who was wiping her tears by the side, no one from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion dared to stand out. Cheng Sihai wanted to jump out and accuse Yunxing of slander, but he was currently tormented by the muscle-softening powder. His face was still paralyzed and he couldn't say a single word. Qi Tian's face was scarlet red as he glared fiercely at the herbalist whose needle bag was snatched away. These are all fabricated by you alone. Besides, no one can guarantee that this farmer woman is speaking the truth. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion conducts volunteer medical consultation 4 times a year and we have never heard of anyone contracting a strange illness because of acupuncture. Who can guarantee that this farmer woman and farmer didn't take your money to frame our Medicine Emperor Pavilion? He was also very cunning. In any case, that herbalist with the surname Wang wasn't present and that farmer woman couldn't really do anything to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. As long as he refused to admit it, who would believe the words of little Xiantong and his group? Unrepentant. Yunsheng was also infuriated by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's careless style. It was undeniable that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's medical skills were definitely top-notch. They also represented the pinnacle of the ancient medical skills in the continent. However, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been operating for hundreds of years and had already become a huge medical giant. Their internal management was too lax. It was precisely because of Qi Tian, Cheng Sihai, and that herbalist that they spoiled a pot of porridge. As a medical practitioner, Yunxing couldn't stand medical practitioners who treated human lives like weeds. She knitted her brows and looked at the farmer again. Qi Tian's acupuncture earlier caused the farmer's blood to rush to his head. It was impossible to directly perform acupuncture. Sister-in-law, please wait for a moment. Yunxing didn't perform acupuncture. She only let Gu Feng and the rest take care of that farmer first. She turned around and walked towards a street behind her. When the spectators by the side saw that an unknown physician actually dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they also had the mentality of watching a good show and stayed behind to watch the show. Even Cheng Sihai stayed behind. He wanted to see what method Yunxing would use to save that farmer. At least on the surface, that farmer didn't seem to have any problems. The location of the free clinic was originally the most prosperous street in the Jade capital. After Yunxing left, she returned in less than 15 minutes. There was a pitch-black stone in her hand. This kind of stone was unfamiliar to the majority of the commoners and medical practitioners. However, Gufeng recognized that stone with a glance. There was a blacksmith shop next to his house and there were similar stones piled up in the corner of the shop. On the boundless continent, other than some specialized large clans, ordinary villages didn't have specialized metal smelting grounds. If blacksmiths wanted to use pig iron, they would directly purchase pig iron ores and smelt them. In order to differentiate between ordinary iron ores and other metal ores, blacksmiths would throw a few pieces of testing iron ores in the shop. The testing iron ores could absorb iron ores, and its function was similar to the magnets of the modern era. Yun Sheng was born in Banana Leaf Village and had interacted with the blacksmiths in the village since she was young. She was very clear about the usage of testing iron ores. Chapter 292. Yun Sheng, isn't that the iron testing stone? What are you going to do with the iron testing stone? Gufeng also felt strange. When Yun Sheng was treating a patient, why didn't she use her godly needle skills or magic? Instead, she brought a stone over. Just watch. Yun Sheng confidently walked to the side of the farmer. The farmer had been struggling for a long time and was also restrained by Yun Sheng's water element magic. At this moment, he was already exhausted. Yun Sheng took the iron testing stone and walked to the side of the farmer. She strangely brought the iron testing stone to the farmer's right ear and slowly moved it a few times. Her strange actions caused the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to snort in disdain. Do you think that you are performing on the streets? Using a broken stone to treat a patient's illness? Qi Tian criticized from the side, looking at Yun Sheng with disdain. Even though the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had lost a lot of face today, as long as Yun Sheng couldn't find the illness, it was equivalent to saying empty words. However, Yun Sheng continued to act as if she didn't care. Itchy. The farmer, who was originally in so much pain that he couldn't speak, moved his lips and said vaguely, "Uncle, what did you say just now?" When Yun Sheng heard this, her entire face lit up. It seemed that her guess was correct. The farmer only felt that his ear was itching. It was as if there were a few ants in his ear that were trying their best to crawl out. Yun Sheng kept moving the iron testing stone in her hand. Slowly, the farmer's ear revealed a little bit of a metallic luster. Chi. After a slight sound, there were a few more things on the originally smooth black iron testing stone. Everyone took a closer look. That is. This time, it was Qi Tian who was speechless. On the black iron testing stone, there were a few metal needles the size of leather scraps. These broken needles were very small, and there was a layer of white liquid on their surface. That was obviously the pus produced after the farmer's ear was inflamed. Presumably, the king medicine man was careless when he inserted the needles. When he was treating the farmer's tinnitus, his hands were not strong enough, and a small part of the iron needles he used as practice needles broke in the farmer's ear. Medicine man Wang did not take the broken practice needles to heart, nor did he inform the doctor who brought him what had happened afterwards. The ignorant farmer thought that his tinnitus had been cured and happily returned to the village. Who would have thought that the broken iron needle would cause inflammation in the farmer's ears under special circumstances? As time passed, the inflammation needles also affected the ear nerves. The infected ear nerves directly pressed on the farmer's brain nerves, which caused the farmer's headache to break out more and more frequently. The farmer had also found a doctor in the countryside to treat his illness. He had even found a doctor like Qing Sihai. However, these ancient doctors only relied on the patient's pulse, diet, and past illness. It was impossible for them to associate it with nerves or inflammation. Yun Sheng had just used the Shenong eye to take a look at the farmer's ear. Although her Shenong eye was only at the second level and had not reached the level where she could see the human body, she was certain that the farmer's ear was inflamed. The farmer's inflammation was not that serious. In modern society, a simple ear surgery would suffice. However, in ancient times, it was a tricky matter. If the broken needles were left in his ear, as time passed, the nerve endings in his ear would rot, and it was very likely that he would become deaf or even oppressed his visual nerves. Yunxing naturally had no way of explaining these things to these stubborn doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After thinking for a while, she thought of the iron needles and the iron testing stone she saw in the blacksmith's shop in her early years. The current situation made it impossible for her to directly perform the ear surgery. However, as long as the broken needles were made of iron, she could use the iron testing stone to extract the broken needles. Hence, Yunxing's actions that made everyone unable to figure out her intentions came about. As soon as the broken needles were extracted, the farmer stopped shouting. The farmer's wife by the side also turned from worry to joy as she kept thanking Yunxing. She didn't even need to use a needle and only used a stone to find the cause of the illness. This medical skill was simply too mystical. The onlookers' impression of little Xiantong immediately changed. The eyes of the crowd were bright. Just now, Yunxing's politeness towards the farmer's wife and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's vile attitude, they had all seen it with their own eyes. Those people who came to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion earlier were also muttering in their hearts. Next time, they should just look for little Xiantong. Look at the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the best medical hall in the continent. They actually let an unqualified medicine man use a needle to treat the illness. Such an irresponsible attitude was simply disregarding human life. The people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion looked at each other. Even the broken needles were found. Moreover, with a single look, they could tell that the broken needles were specially made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they had no choice. After a while, the medicinal effect on Cheng Sihai's face also slowed down. However, his complexion became even worse. He knew that today's free medical consultation could be considered as a failure. Not only was it a failure, it even smeared the name of the Jade Capital and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. How was he going to explain to Yao Rong and Wen Dague when he returned? Cheng Sihai glared at Yunxing fiercely. Then, he brought the group of doctors and medicine men and left under the mocking gaze of the onlookers. Little divine doctor, thank you so much. The farmer couple thanked Yunxing profusely. Yunxing also asked Lin Yao to give them a few bags of anti-inflammatory herbs. After watching the farmer couple leave, Yunxing's face revealed a smile that hadn't been seen for a long time. She knew that today's free medical consultation had achieved unexpected results. Gufeng and the rest were also excited. They all understood that this time, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had fallen. Tomorrow, they definitely wouldn't have the face to come again. The name of little Xiantong would soon spread in the Jade Capital. Tomorrow, we will continue the free medical consultation. Yunxing decided to book a table at the best restaurant in the city tonight and have a good meal. After the people of little Xiantong left happily, two people walked out from the corner of the street. Those two people quietly stood at the corner of the street for a long time. When Yunxing saved the farmer, they were already standing there. However, no one in the surroundings noticed them. Si Ming, we have been watching these people for a whole day. Are you sure that woman is the one who refined the praise of the moon god? The one who spoke was a handsome male magician. The age of the magician wasn't old. He was wearing a magician's robe and his whole body was filled with a strong magic power. If one looked carefully, one would notice that under his robe, there was a symbol of the temple embroidered on it. It's her. Xia Wenxiu stood out from the corner of the street and looked at Yunxing's back. His eyes flashed with a strange expression. Chapter 293. As Yunxing was busy with her treatment, she didn't notice the abnormality at the corner of the street. Xia Wenxiu had only suspected it before, but now, he was 100% sure that the young doctor who could refine the sacred-grade pill was the mysterious doctor who refined the high-grade magic medicine, the moon goddess's praise. a doctor who cultivated magic and was also proficient in ancient medicine. When the girl patiently asked about the peasant woman's condition, her expression was so concerned that it made people unconsciously forget about their illness. It was like a bright sun suddenly appearing on a cloudy day. In that instant, the air seemed to be refreshed. A strange light flashed in Xia Wenchu's eyes. The worry that shrouded the peasant woman actually faded a lot in an instant. Apart from Xia Wenchu, no one else could sense that scene. Who exactly was she? Xia Wenchu carefully sized up the girl. At that time, the corners of the girl's mouth were raised, and a pair of beautiful dimples appeared vividly on her face. That was a girl with a strong spiritual aura. She wasn't old, but her black eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Xia Wenchu's heart skipped a beat, as if he remembered something. It was her, the sorcerer girl he met beside Jade Boat Village. He didn't expect her to have grown up in 2 years. Her appearance had become even more exquisite. Those black jade-like eyes and her smile were something Xia Wenchu couldn't forget. While Xia Wenchu was thinking, the male sorcerer Yu Ji interrupted his thoughts. But Si Ming, she really is a doctor. You saw it just now. She didn't use any medical skills at all. Yu Ji was one of the male sorcerers who had accompanied Xia Wenchu in his early years and met Yunxing by chance. However, he didn't recognize Yunxing at first glance. Yu Ji, return to Yujing Temple first. I won't be at the temple for a while. Keep an eye on the movements of the imperial family of Zhou State. Xia Wenchu retracted his gaze. When he realized that the other party was very likely the girl he met earlier, Xia Wenchu's heart, which had never been stirred by anyone before, became slightly unsettled. Xia Wenchu had a cold personality. His eyes, which could see the future of people, were attracted to someone for the first time. And that person was the girl he met in Jade Boat Village. Unexpectedly, when he met her again, the two of them were standing on opposite sides of an extremely awkward situation. Elder Si Ming had already returned to the main temple. Before he left, he only warned himself that once he identified the magician who concocted the new magic potion, he had to act immediately. Regardless of whether it was the mage temple or the mage elite camp, their desire for geniuses was obvious. On the continent, those who could be called geniuses had mostly been snatched away by various organizations. The Dharma Temple only had 2 ways to deal with newly discovered geniuses. They could either recruit them or kill them if they didn't succeed. Xia Wenchu didn't want to use the second method. Therefore, he chose to sneak into the little Xiantong. If possible, he still wanted to recruit Yunxing into the temple. Si Ming, are you planning to? Solitary Yu looked at Si Ming strangely. He realized that something was wrong with Si Ming today. Qingqing, this is an order. Xia Wenchu didn't give Qingqing any superfluous explanation. His words were short, but Qingqing could sense a trace of coldness from them. This subordinate obeys. Solitary Yu's heart trembled slightly. He didn't have the slightest intention of disobeying this young Si Ming who had been famous since he was a child. Even to the younger generation of magicians in the temple, Xia Si Ming was much more terrifying than elder Si Ming. Solitary Yu once heard that when young Si Ming was only a 10-year-old child, there was once a traitor of the temple who tried to steal the holy relic of the temple. Young Si Ming didn't even blink. He just raised his magic scepter. After a dazzling flash of light, the traitor was blasted into dust. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he took his life. This young Si Ming who was rumored to be able to save the lives of everyone in the world didn't even move an eyebrow when he killed someone. After Solitary Yu finished speaking, he immediately disappeared into the corner of the street. Xia Wenchu stood at the corner of the street for a while. The sun set and the moon rose. The hazy moonlight shone on his beautiful jade-like face. He said softly, Yunxing, I hope you aren't my enemy. Inside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the first-rate luminous pearls illuminated the hall. In the hall that was filled with the fragrance of pills, everyone's face was solemn. On the ground, a trembling medicine man knelt. In front of him was an open needle bag. Inside it was a row of practice iron needles that shone with a cold light. One of the needles was broken about 2 inches compared to the other practice iron needles. But it was precisely these 2 missing needles that caused the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to experience the greatest humiliation ever since the establishment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the hundreds of years since its establishment. Ever since Qing Sihai brought back the humiliated medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion with a stiff face, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion closed its doors and stopped operating. Even when Daoshou was invited over. Qi Fangfei stood beside Wen Daoshou. Yao Rong also stood by the side. No one dared to speak. There were more than 300 people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the Jade Capital. This included the imperial physicians, the medicine men, and the medicine men. Everyone stood by the side. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone knows about what happened today. Wen Daoshou used an inquiring tone. However, there was no longer the usual smile on his face. It was a great humiliation. It was truly a great humiliation. When they found out that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion actually slapped themselves in the face during the free clinic, it was revealed that the medicine men replaced the doctors to perform acupuncture on the patients. Moreover, the acupuncture was improper, causing strange symptoms. After tonight, everyone in the Jade Capital would know about this news. And the one who caused this result was the newly emerged little Xiantong. Master, this matter is strange. Qing Sihai's chin was still numb. Just as he was about to speak, he was fiercely glared at by Wen Daoshou. Although Wen Daoshou looked younger than Qing Sihai by more than 10 years due to the effects of medicinal pills, his dignity as a leader was completely exposed at this moment. Qing Sihai was so frightened that he quickly swallowed the latter half of his words. Master, this disciple will immediately deal with this matter. The most important thing now is to deal with the medicine man who made the mistake and send someone to pacify the patient. Yao Rong was an imperial physician. She was used to seeing all kinds of fights in the palace. Facing this kind of sudden situation, she was still very calm. On this point, she was much calmer than Qing Sihai. This also made Wen Daoshou feel a little relieved. Medicine man Wang, do you know your crime? Wen Daoshou looked at the medicine man who was kneeling on the ground with an ashen face. As an old medicine man with 5 years of experience, he actually left a broken needle in the patient's body because of his unstable control of the needle. This was already a mistake that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion could not tolerate. I know my crime. Medicine man Wang was paralyzed on the ground. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the most authoritative medical hall in the continent. Its threshold was very high. Once one entered the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it was equivalent to having a lifetime of protection. But if one made a mistake in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, everything would be over. In the future, he would never be able to mix in the ancient medical world again. Thanks to you Luo, Hua Dai, and Yuan 1 for their rewards. Chapter 294. Dr. Chang, Medicine Man Wang is your medicine man. You will be the one to restrain him. When Daguoshu's words shocked all the doctors and medicine Rong present. Although they knew that this time, Medicine Man Wang would definitely be expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they did not expect that what awaited him would be even harsher than expulsion. Wen Daguoshu. Behind Wen Daguoshu, the expressionless Qi Fangfei looked at the crowd. Medicine Man Wang was so frightened that his body trembled. He kept shouting, Daguoshu, Medicine Man Qi, spare my life. I will not dare to do it again. I beg you, let me live. I still have my mother and brothers to take care of at home. Medicine Man Wang's master, Dr. Chang, also had a look of pity on his face. He still wanted to plead for mercy for Medicine Man Wang. Do you want me to do it myself? Dr. Chang. Restrain Medicine Man Wang. When Daiguoshu's face was stern. Let me do it. Dr. Chang gritted his teeth. He walked forward and looked at Medicine Man Wang, who had a pleading look on his face. Medicine Man Wang was personally groomed by him. From a herb gatherer to a medicine man, it took him 7 to 8 years. But he did not expect that he would commit such a grave mistake. Dr. Chang trembled as he pressed down on Medicine Man Wang's hands. Another medicine man at the side also stepped forward and restrained his legs. A few of the more timid herbal gatherers closed their eyes in fear. Yao Rong frowned and wanted to say something. But after looking at Wen Daiguoshu's expression, she turned her head away. Even Cheng Sihai's face showed that he could not bear it. Under everyone's gaze, Qi Fangfei walked out. Medicine Man Wang, your actions are already a grave mistake. I represent the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to administer the Ghost Valley 5 needles. Do you have any complaints? At this moment, Qi Fangfei no longer had her usual amiable look. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. When the Ghost Valley 5 needles was administered, everyone's face changed. Medicine Man Wang shook his head. Although Qi Fangfei appeared to be a medicine man under Wendagua, she had another identity. She was the medicine supervisory envoy of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion stationed in the capital cities of the various empires. She had absolute authority over the life and death of all the physicians in the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. Therefore, even someone as unbridled as Cheng Sihai had never dared to behave atrociously in front of Qi Fangfei. Qi Fangfei nodded approvingly. Suddenly, a few wisps of light appeared in her hand, pointing towards King Medicine Man's head, hands, and ankles. As the light flashed, Medicine Man Wang let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. His arms and legs began to twitch. Little Xiai Anton can't stay. Qi Fangfei's tone was not like a 20-year-old woman at all. Her eyes were filled with dark clouds. Ever since the establishment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it had never encountered a true opponent. Even when it faced the powerful Dharma Temple, due to their different specializations, there was no true victor. But this time around, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had truly lost the battle. After a few needle shadows, Medicine Man Wang's pleading voice became softer and softer. In the end, he could only let out a silly laugh. With just a few needles, Medicine Man Wang turned from a normal person into a fool who was talking in his sleep and giggling. The 5 punishment ghost needles, the punishment needles of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. It could destroy one's spiritual sense and 6 senses. Anyone who committed a serious mistake in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would have to endure the Medicine Emperor's ghost needles. Let's disperse. Send Medicine Man Wang home and take good care of his mother and brother. A few medicine men who were close to Medicine Man Wang carried the already mentally disabled Medicine Man Wang out. Just now, when Qi Fangfei questioned Medicine Man Wang, if he had uttered a single word of complaint, his family would have lost the protection of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Medicine Man Wang was willing to accept the punishment in exchange for his family not having to worry about food and clothing. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion had always been fair in its rewards and punishments. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Cheng Sihai also wiped off his cold sweat. This Qi Fangfei, compared to Wendagua's hands, made him even more fearful. In front of Qi Fangfei, he didn't even dare to say a single word. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there was a saying that was unknown to the outside world. Those who saved people were also doctors. Those who killed people were also ghost doctors. Qi Fangfei's Ghost Valley 5 punishment needles were very strange. Yao Rong, Qing Sihai, the two of you stay behind. Qi Fangfei suddenly called out to the two of them. Yao Rong's expression changed slightly, as if she knew about today's matter. Qi Fangfei and the power behind her would definitely not let this matter rest. No one could offend the prestige of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, especially the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that was overseen by Wendagua. Qing Sihai, you said that today's matter was caused by Fan Ji's female disciple. Qi Fangfei had a deep impression of Yunxing. If she didn't remember wrongly, she had inherited Fan Ji's philosophy of dual cultivation in magic and ancient medicine. This philosophy was the opposite of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. It was also something that the power behind Qi Fangfei that controlled the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't allow to exist. When Fan Ji left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the previous medicine supervisor of Qi Fangfei was also prepared to use the Ghost Valley 5 punishment needles to punish him, turning him into a cripple. But under Yao Rong's promise to be loyal to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and Wendagua for life, Fan Ji managed to escape. That was also because the previous medicine supervisor thought that with just Fan Ji alone, he wouldn't be able to cause too big of a commotion. But who would have thought that a few years later, Yunsheng, who also pursued magic and ancient medicine, would appear? What made Qi Fangfei and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion most apprehensive was that Yunsheng was still very young. Being young meant that there was more room for her to grow. From the age of 6 to 8, in the short span of 2 years, she had passed the Medicine Master examination, entered the Royal Magic Academy, and concocted a holy grade pill. Her medical skills were so exquisite that they were comparable to those of the scattered doctors. This little girl called Yunxing had already used her practical actions to challenge the traditional ancient medical skills. Qi Fangfei couldn't remain calm. Yes, what medicine supervisor Qi said is right. I've already said that the female doctor called Yunxing can't be left alive. Qing Sihai's eyes shone with excitement when he heard that. Today, Yunxing made him lose face in public and cut off his source of income many times. Now that medicine supervisor Qi had come forward, so what if that little girl's medical skills were brilliant? Qing Sihai was humiliated by Yunxing today, but instead of reflecting on his own shortcomings, he pushed all the blame to Yunxing. He added oil and vinegar, condemning Yunxing for looking down on the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and how little Xiantong was slowly snatching away their customers. Qing Sihai secretly said in his heart, this time, let's see if I can torment that little girl and Xiantong to death. Fan Ji, so what if your disciple is powerful? She's just a doctor. Could it be that she can compete with a colossus like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? What a pity. Qi Fangfei sighed in her heart. She still remembered that when she met Yunxing, that 6-year-old girl showed a talent in medicine. If a genius couldn't grow up, then they couldn't be considered a real genius. The matter of little Xiantong can't be delayed anymore. Listen up, starting from tomorrow, all the pharmacies and shops in the Great Zhou Empire will stop supplying medicinal herbs to the little Xiantong. Those who dare to disobey, even chickens and dogs, will not be spared. Qi Fangfei's face was stern. Chapter 295. After the celebration, Yunsheng and the others returned to the medical center. As soon as they approached the medical center, they saw a person walking back and forth in front of the little Xiantong. When they got closer, they saw an ordinary-looking, thin and tall teenager. When he saw Yunsheng and the others, the young man's eyes flashed. He looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. After a while, he asked in a low voice. Are you people from the little Xiantong? Are you recruiting medicine men? Coming to be a medicine man? Lin Yao hurriedly went forward. They had no way to recruit people before. Unexpectedly, after today's free clinic, someone actually came to their door. Looking at the other party, although thin and weak, his speech was clear and he looked reliable. Yunxing just happened to lack a medicine man. What is your name? Do you have the qualifications to be a medicine man? Yunxing also carefully looked at the teenager. The teenager seemed a little shy. Being looked at by Yunxing, he slightly turned his face. My name is GMO. I have the qualifications to be a medicine man in my hometown. Does your medical center provide food and accommodation? GMO looked travel-worn. He only carried a flat luggage bag. It was as if he had just come from a foreign place. Yunxing let GMO enter the medical center and gave him some food and drinks. After GMO ate a little, he began to talk about his background. It turned out that his hometown had an insect plague. It was difficult to eat and wear. He followed his father to seek refuge with relatives in the Jade capital. Unfortunately, GMO's father encountered a magical beast on the way and was killed. GMO was lucky enough to escape and came to the Jade capital. But after searching for a while, he found that his relatives had moved away 3 years ago. When he was desperate, he happened to see the recruitment notice posted by the little Enchanting on the city wall. So he came to look for it. GMO's experience made Yunxing involuntarily think of herself 2 years ago. The life experience of the two was indeed surprisingly similar. In particular, GMO also said that in his early years, he was a herbalist in the village's temple. But more coincidentally, he was not only a medicine man, but also a magic apprentice. Since you're a magician's apprentice, why don't you just find a job at the temple? Yunxing still had some doubts about GMO's origin. Besides, with GMO's experience, why would he come to the small Xiantong to look for a job? I don't want you to say it, but I also want to try and see if I can fuse magic and ancient medicine together. GMO's words attracted Dr. Fan's attention. Child, you said that you also want to try to walk the path of combining magic and ancient medicine. Ever since Dr. Fan met Yunxing, he had found someone to inherit his mantle. Unfortunately, after so long, there was only Yunxing. The two people's medicinal pills were selling very well in the market. The income of medicinal pills in the first month was as high as more than 5,000 silver coins, which was better than the income of the little rejuvenation hall in the past year. But the good income of medicinal herbs also brought about a problem, and that was the supply of medicinal herbs, especially the stable supply of medicinal herbs. For the majority of medicinal farmers in the boundless world, buying medicinal herbs from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was a kind of glory. The pharmacies were also happy to cooperate with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Because of this, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion quickly monopolized the supply of medicinal herbs in Zhou State. 1.5 months after Yunxing's little Xiantong opened for business, the medicinal herbs in the medical hall's inventory were all used up. When Lin Yao was in Daoi Mountain, she didn't expect today's situation. When she first came to Jade Capital, she was unfamiliar with the place and people. She went to several local pharmacies in a row, but she was rejected by them with the excuse that they didn't have enough medicinal herbs. The first time might be a coincidence, but after a few times, Lin Yao felt that something was wrong. I already expected that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, this local snake, wouldn't let us expand. Yunxing wasn't surprised. Qing Sihai's free clinic was ruined by her, so Yunxing already expected that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wouldn't take it lying down. But she didn't expect that the other party would be so despicable to make a move on medicinal herbs. Master, we can't go on like this. We're almost out of medicinal herbs to refine pills. Lin Yao helplessly said. Chapter 296. Inside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Yao Rong was currently sifting through the medicinal herbs. Imperial Physician Yao, it has already been half a month. I have already inquired about it. In Little Xiantong, there are no longer any medicinal herbs for sale. Ching Sihai had a complacent expression. Doing this is also disgracing the reputation of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. However, that Yun Xing is too arrogant. We have to make things difficult for her. Regarding Yun Xing's sudden rise, Yao Rong sighed with emotion. At the same time, she also felt that she was too arrogant. After the matter of Wushuan Limitless School, she had asked Fan Ji to recommend Yun Xing several times. Who would have thought that the little girl would actually reject her? Such an action had undoubtedly angered the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, especially Qi Fangfei. Without the supply of high-quality medicinal herbs, even if little Xiantong had high alchemy skills, it would be useless. Qi Fangfei's move was indeed ruthless. Inside little Xiantong, gloomy clouds shrouded. Gufing came up with an idea. Yun Xing, I have an idea. Since we can't sell the medicinal herbs for a while, why don't we sell the medicinal herbs? The source of the ingredients for the medicinal herbs is relatively wide. It is not limited to medicine shops and medicine farmers. When Yun Xing heard this, she felt that this idea was not bad. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion wanted to ban little Xiantong. They had sealed off little Xiantong's channels to purchase medicinal herbs. However, the medicinal herbs were different. They could be purchased from the hands of hunters or even some magical beast shops. Moreover, she was a consecrated elder of the Hunter Union. She could use this identity to issue a hunting mission in the Hunter Union to purchase the ingredients for refining the medicinal herbs. During this period of time when she was not around, she could let Gufing, GMO, and Lin Yao refine some basic medicinal herbs. When she returned, she would think of a way to solve the problem of medicinal herbs. In the current situation where they were unable to solve the source of medicinal herbs, it was not a bad idea to temporarily sell the medicinal herbs. Thus, Yun Xing immediately went to the Hunter Union in Jade Capital. When she arrived at the Hunter Union branch in Jade Capital, she stated her identity and showed the consecrated elder's token. The person in charge of the Hunter Union branch personally came out to receive her. So it's Lord Yen Yun, the disciple of Elder Consecrated. May I ask if you're here for a mission or? Every head of the hunting branch would try their best to curry favor with the apprentice of an expert like Emperor Zhao. I am here to issue a mission. I want to issue an open mission for potion materials. As long as anyone can collect enough materials, they can immediately send them to the little Xiantong in the Jade Capital. There will be people there who will pay them. Yun Xing listed the potion materials she needed to collect. She had chosen some of the most basic low-grade potion materials, which could even be completed by a grade E or grade D hunter. After leaving the Hunter branch, she returned to the base of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps and gave the same mission to the hunters in the Hunter Corps. Other than the elite hunters that Yun Songlong had brought with him, the rest of the people were all sent out by Yun Xing to collect the ingredients for the magic potion. GMO was secretly observing everything in the little Xiantong. Yun Xing, this person was indeed not simple. It seemed that not only did she have a good relationship with the Wushuan Limitless School, she also had a close relationship with the local Hunters Guild. Yun Xing also ordered Zhong Wei to go to the South Wall City to inquire about the situation of the Purple Gold Mine. A month later, Yun Songlong brought the hunters back with a new look. Reporting to Young Master, we are back. In this trial, all 50 of us have successfully advanced to Grade E Hunter. 30 of us have successfully advanced to Grade D Hunter, and 10 of us have advanced to Grade C Hunter. Zhou Quan himself had already become a Grade C Hunter. What surprised Yun Xing the most was that when she knew that the Hunter Corps was going to Mount Daoyu, Oriole had also taken the initiative to volunteer. This time, her progress was astonishing. She had also successfully passed the Grade C Hunter's assessment and became a Grade C Hunter. Very good, you have successfully advanced to Grade D Hunter and above. Go and pack your luggage immediately. We will be going to the southern border of Zhou State in a few days. Yunxing looked at the hunters with high morale in front of her with satisfaction. Zhou Quan and the others swarmed in front of Yunxing. Young master, let me tell you, Captain is amazing. In just a month's time, he directly swept through Mount Daoyi and became the only grade B hunter. When Yunxing suggested that Yun Songlong bring a group of Yun family's elites to Mount Daoyi to participate in the hunters' competition, the hunters were still somewhat dissatisfied. In the eyes of this group of people, fighting in the arena was equivalent to the tricks of a circus. What would it be like to compete in front of a group of people? Even Yun Songlong thought the same. However, under Yunxing's repeated insistence, Yun Songlong still listened to his niece's suggestion. When they arrived at Mount Daoyi's Hunter's Citadel, they realized that their original views were all wrong. The crazy fighting, the lively arena, and the battle techniques that were used to fight to the death, all of these were things that they didn't understand at first. This was especially true for Yun Songlong. Although his injuries had been healed by Yunxing, because he hadn't used his fighting spirit for a long time, his skills had inevitably regressed. However, the fighting atmosphere of the arena was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. He led the Sky Expedition hunting group and fought steadily and steadily. He started off as an E-grade hunter. In terms of the hunting group, Yun Songlong had already killed his way up to a B-grade hunter within a month. If it wasn't for his agreement with Yunxing that he would go to the southern border in a month's time to check on the situation of the purple gold mine, Yun Songlong would probably have created a new ranking record in Mount Daoyi's Hunter's Citadel. Even so, the name of the newly risen Sky Hunting Corps had quietly spread throughout Mount Daoyi. The same news had also spread to the other capital cities of Zhou State and the Hunter's Citadel's Hunters Club. From being unknown to having a little fame, the Hunter's Arena was undoubtedly a shortcut to becoming famous. Yunxing had also expected this, but she didn't expect the Heaven Hunting Army to be so good at handling matters. They actually managed to advance all the way. A few days after Yun Songlong's return, there were already customers who came to the Jade Capital Hunters Club to request missions from the Sky Hunting Corps. This was undoubtedly very good news. After all, the Sky Hunting Corps was changed from the military. Compared to ordinary hunting corps, they were more disciplined. This was what many customers were most satisfied with. When Yunxing heard this news, she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Her second uncle and father were really born from the same mother. Although one was a magician and the other was a warrior, they were equally fierce in the arena. In a few years' time, the Sky Hunting Corps would become one of the top hunting corps in Zhou State. This change was something that Yun Songlong didn't expect when he reorganized the Yun family's army. I heard that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion made a move while I wasn't around. The moment Yun Songlong returned to Jade Capital, he heard about the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's actions from Zhonli. Chapter 297. When Yunxing had refined a saint-grade pill for him, Yun Songlong had already been secretly worried that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wouldn't tolerate Yunxing. Because of Yun Songhai, Yun Songlong had always felt indebted to Yunxing. In his heart, even if his niece's talent was astonishing, she was still a child. Others might not know much about the origins of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but as the general of Swift Cavalry of Zhou State, Yun Songlong more or less knew a little about the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's methods. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about medicine, so he could only rely on his own abilities to protect his niece. Yun Songlong didn't have a daughter, so he had already treated Yunxing as his own daughter. Second uncle, it's fine. We've decided to lie low for a while and sell magic potions instead. Yunxing didn't want her second uncle to worry. Second uncle is back. No one will be able to hurt you in the future. Yun Songlong patted Yunxing's head. Yunxing felt that her second uncle's protective behavior was funny, but she also felt sweet in her heart. It felt good to have a family. Cough cough, there's one more thing. I heard Uncle Yun say. Yun Songlong's expression was a little strange. Although he had left the general's estate because of his hatred for the Yun family army, he had always been paying attention to the matters of the Yun family residence. When he returned this time, he heard from Uncle Yun that little miss had diagnosed her father, Yun Ba, with a hidden illness. Yun Songhai had seen Yun Xing's medical skills before. When he heard the news, he was also shocked. He was afraid that there was really something wrong with Yun Xing's body, so he hurriedly asked Yun Xing about it. There is a problem, but it's not a big problem. Old General Yun's body is still very strong. But... Yun Xing frowned and thought for a moment, but still decided to tell Yun Songlong about her discovery that day. Seeing that Yun Xing still refused to call Yun Ba grandfather, Yun Songlong felt a little helpless. However, he also understood that the misunderstanding between Yun Xing and Yun Ba could not be resolved in a short period of time. He could only hope that time would wash away those misunderstandings and grievances. If I'm not wrong, the old general's cultivation has already begun to decline. Yun Xing looked around carefully. After making sure that there was no one around, she told Yun Songlong this shocking discovery. When Yun Songlong heard this, his expression changed greatly. Father's cultivation has already begun to decline. The aging of a person was a natural law, and it was common sense for it to happen to anyone. However, it was unusual for this to happen to the martial saint of Zhou State, Yun Ba. Because the safety of Zhou State, or rather, the prosperity of the Yun residents, was painstakingly supported by Yun Ba's reputation as the martial saint. In the past few years, even though the martial arts dojos in various parts of Zhou State were still flourishing, people from the Wushuan Limitless School would often appear. However, the martial saint, who represented the peak of martial arts, had always been lacking. Since Yun Ba had broken through to the martial saint realm 20 years ago, only 2 people had broken through to the martial saint realm in Zhou State. One of them had been surrounded by many experts in a battle and had been killed in the end. The other belonged to the soldier hunting union and would not risk his life for Zhou State. Therefore, only Yun Ba alone was left to support Zhou State. In the past few years, the reason why Zhou State was able to remain one of the 5 great countries despite the country's declining strength was also because of Yun Ba, the martial saint. However, Yun Xing had now determined that Yun Ba's cultivation was declining. This news was undoubtedly unacceptable to Yun Songlong. Why is it like this? Father, Yun Songlong cried out involuntarily, his face revealing a pained expression. When there was a limit to one's strength, Yun Xing did not tell the old general this news. With his pride, if he knew this truth, he would definitely be in great pain. The last time I checked his pulse, I could see that he had suffered a serious injury several years ago. Unfortunately, if he hadn't suffered that injury, the battle chi in his body would have been enough to break through to the martial god realm. Yun Xing also found it very strange. With Yun Ba's strength and experience, why would he have lost that precious opportunity to break through? Martial arts practitioners were different from magicians. They relied on their physical bodies to break through. The higher the realm, the harder it was to break through. Generally, martial arts practitioners would reach the peak of their battle chi when they reached the age of 50. From Yun Ba's pulse, Yun Xing deduced that he should have had an extremely good battle chi breakthrough several years ago. Can you deduce how many years ago that breakthrough was? Yun Songlong stared nervously at Yun Xing. About 8 or 9 years ago. Counting. Yun Xing's words came to a sudden halt. 8 or 9 years ago, wasn't it when something happened to Yun Songlong and Yun Ba went to the southern border of Zhou State to rescue Yun Songlong, then met the later Qin martial Saint Tian Kezi? As expected, it was because of me. Yun Songlong closed his eyes in surprise. He remembered that the day before he led the army to battle, his father Yun Ba had already entered seclusion. Counting the days, If he hadn't been ambushed by Yun Songlong after more than half a year of seclusion, Yun Ba wouldn't have been forced to exit seclusion. Second uncle, you can't be blamed for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the people of Grand Emperor City, especially that despicable Xian Wuji and the later Qin Marshal Saint Tian Kezi. I suspect that they colluded long ago. Yunxing also understood that Yun Ba had been injured during his competition with the later Qin Marshal Saint Tian Kezi. Although he hadn't revealed it to the outside world at that time and had tried his best to heal his injuries afterwards, the serious injury had affected his later breakthrough to the martial realm. It had also prevented Yun Ba from breaking through to the martial body realm. Tian Kezi had become famous later than Yun Ba. If it had been a normal competition, he obviously wouldn't have been Yun Ba's match. After a fierce battle with the people of Grand Emperor City, Yun Ba had used up more than half of his do qi. It was only after Tian Kezi had appeared that Yun Ba was seriously injured. Thinking about it this way, the two sides must have planned this beforehand. I think that old General Yun must have realized this himself. Yunxing didn't believe that Yun Ba was completely unaware of his own body. She remembered that it had been many years since Yun Ba had last fought with someone of the same martial realm. Yun Sheng, you don't know this, but the Yun residence is already on its last legs. Your father has left and I have also left the Yun residence. Now, the entire Yun residence can only rely on him. Yun Songlong felt increasingly guilty. Second uncle, you don't have to worry. You are already a martial ancestor. As long as you break through another layer, you will also become a martial saint. Yun Xing comforted Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong smiled bitterly. Xing, do you really think that it is so easy to break through to martial saint? Moreover, I have wasted so many years. When Yun Ba had broken through to martial saint, he had been 35 years old. It had been his prime. If Yun Songlong hadn't had his do qi sealed in the past 8 years and had focused on cultivation, with his talent and bloodline, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to break through to martial saint before the age of 35. However, he had 8 years of blank time. These 8 years had been wasted. It meant that he had lost his best years. That's not entirely true. Second uncle, your right arm was reconstructed using the 9-leaf purple ginseng spiritual energy. The purple ginseng has undergone tribulation lightning and is a divine grade herb. Its medicinal effects were not something that could be absorbed in a short period of time. I have a set of cultivation techniques here. You could try it out. Perhaps it will be beneficial. Yunxing simply copied down the jade marrow technique for Yun Songlong to cultivate. Thank you, Momo, rain falls, cherry blossoms fly, empty alleys of the city of Brisk, and Dream for their tips. Chapter 298. The jade marrow technique was a family technique passed down in the Yen family. It was most effective for cultivating the 8 extraordinary meridians. Although Yun Songlong was full of fighting aura, he had never cultivated a Taoist technique. Although it was only a Daoist technique, its effects were no small matter. Yunxing had already treated Yun Songlong as her family, so she didn't need to hide anything. Yun Songlong took a look at the technique that Yunxing had given him. With just a few glances, he realized that this technique was extraordinary. Xing, this technique is extraordinary. Where did you get it from? Yun Songlong was surprised. Second uncle, you should have heard that I have a very powerful master. Yunxing couldn't explain, so she could only use her fabricated Emperor Zhao level master as an excuse. When Yun Songlong was in Mount Daoi Citadel, he had also heard that his niece, who had assumed the name Yan Yun, had joined a B-rank hunting team called Huang Ting. Yan Yun herself had been famous in the entire Mount Daoi a year ago. This was the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that this newly promoted Yan Yun, who had no reputation in the hunting world of Zhou State, was not only a summoner, but also a master on the level of Emperor Zao. During the Beast Tide, she had turned the tide and saved the entire Hunter Citadel. This made Yun Songlong's understanding of his niece rise to another level. At such a young age, she was already an archmagus, could refine holy pills, and was also a summoner. Fortunately, Yun Xing's multiple identities were known by very few people. Otherwise, who knew what kind of danger her fame would bring her? His niece's talent was indeed enviable, but Yun Songlong didn't feel jealous. On the contrary, he was very pleased. This was the heir of the Yun family. Who said that the Yun family had no successors? In time, Sheet Yun Xing would definitely be the most unrestrained genius in Zhou State. Yun Songlong also knew that some things were not good to ask too much, so he did not ask anymore. He only took the mental cultivation method of the Jade Marrow technique and went to comprehend it. Not long after Yun Songlong's return, Yun Xing and the others also set off for the southern border of Zhou State. Because the mission this time was very dangerous and involved the purple gold mine in Zhou State, Yun Xing did not agree to let Gu Feng and the others accompany them. She did not even reveal anything to Yi Baiming. During this period of time, Yun Xing did not see Yi Baiming often. It was said that he had received instructions from Battle Strength and went out to handle some matters. Yi Baiming and the good-for-nothing Crown Prince Yi Balian were treated very differently. One of them had nothing to do all day, while the other was nowhere to be seen all day. Yun Songlong led a group of hunters while Yun Xing led the Oriole. The group of nearly 100 people left Yujing City. After more than 10 days, just as the hunting corps was approaching the southern border of Zhou State, the hunting corps arrived in front of a mountain range. Yun Songlong called out to everyone. The place ahead is called Yama's Ridge. When I was marching in my early years, I came here before. This area is very dangerous and it is very easy to be ambushed by bandits. Most of the bandits in this area also raise magical beasts to help them in battle. Therefore, after entering the ridge, everyone must be careful. We must stay in the same place as the main group and cannot easily leave the group. Yun Songlong's early years of military experience was highlighted in this mission. Along the way, he would send people to check the terrain first. After confirming the safe route, he would then advance. In this aspect, he was much more experienced than Feng Kuo. Everyone nodded, checked their luggage, and walked forward. After walking for 15 minutes, Zhou Quan carefully checked the footprints along the way with a cautious expression. Captain, it seems to be the footprints of a caravan's horse. Yama's Ridge was a path that had to be passed by Zhou State, Tang Yuan, and later Qin. It was also the path where caravans appeared the most. Along the way, when Yun Xing and the others passed by, they encountered many freelance hunters and small groups of hunters who were escorting merchants. Second uncle, I'm a magician. I'll go ahead and take a look. Like many other hunting corps and small groups in Zhou State, the hunting corps' biggest problem was that they lacked a magician or a summoner. Yun Sheng was the only magician in the group. She also had wind element magic, so she naturally took on the role of scouting along the way. After Yun Xing obtained the Demon Soul Stone, she became more proficient in using wind element magic. With a wave of her magic scepter, a tornado-like breeze formed under her feet. As if she was riding the wind, Yun Xing's figure immediately shuttled through the trees of different heights. Wow, Captain, this young master's skills are really good. This is comparable to a martial artist's battle chi wings. Zhou Quan and the others clicked their tongues in amazement. Zhou Quan and the others had always thought that Yun Xing was only proficient in fire element magic. They didn't expect her wind element magic to be so powerful as well. In terms of magnificence, magic was naturally much more beautiful than battle techniques. However, this didn't mean that martial artists didn't have the ability to fly. After reaching the cultivation of a martial marquis, martial artists could also use battle chi to form battle chi wings. For example, Yun Songlong could also use battle chi to fly in the air. However, he admitted that he couldn't fly like Yunxing. In just a few breaths, Yunxing had already disappeared into the forest. The hunting corps members were also waiting for Yunxing's news. Yunxing's ears were filled with the sound of the wind. In just a short while, she had traveled dozens of miles and entered the central region of King of Hell's Ridge. Yunxing tapped the ground with her toes. If Shen Feng were to see her current movement technique, he would definitely be astonished. It was just a wind magic spell, but it made Yunxing look like a wind fairy with wings. Her footwork was graceful as she glided through the dense branches one after another. The branches under her feet didn't even tremble. Yunxing leaped a few times and heard movement in front of her. Only then did she land and hide under a large patch of leaves. Under the dense shade of the trees, she really saw two men dressed as hunters. The two men each had a strange-looking magical beast by their side. The appearance of the magic beast reminded Yunxing of the pangolins in the zoo. They were gray in color and covered with a thick layer of armor. They weren't tall, but their bodies were long and narrow. They had a long tail. Other than their abdomens, the rest of the magic beast's body was covered with thick scales. Their limbs were thick and short. Even with Yunxing's eyesight, she actually couldn't tell what kind of magic beast it was. The two hunters moved very quickly and the magic beast followed behind them. Compared to Yunxing, who had superb movement techniques, they were still slightly inferior. The two of them also didn't notice that there was someone hiding in a tree not far away. A middle-aged man stood in the forest. When the two hunters saw the middle-aged man, they bowed. The middle-aged man turned around and saw that his clothes were exquisite. He even had a jade thumb ring on his finger. One look and one could tell that he was from a wealthy family. Why would such a person appear in a place like King of Hell's Ridge? Yunxing was a little curious. She wasn't in a hurry to leave and hid in the tree to eavesdrop. Why is it only the two of you? When the middle-aged man saw the two hunters and the magic beast behind them, he was a little displeased. Chapter 299. Don't worry, my lord. We still have more than 50 brothers lying in ambush outside the forest. More than 10 brothers have already infiltrated the caravan. The two hunters respectfully said. Caravan. So it was a robbery. When Yunxing saw that the hunters and the middle-aged man's target was a passing caravan, she lost interest. Looking at the appearance of the two hunters, they should be a medium-sized hunting group in Zhou State. It was not uncommon for such a hunting group to be hired to rob caravans. Yunxing had important matters to attend to, so she did not intend to meddle in other people's business. Just as Yunxing was about to leave, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Well done. As long as you take advantage of the chaos to steal some of the accounts and treasures, when Zhou Qingchuan returns to his family, he will no longer have a chance to make a comeback." Hearing Zhou Qingchuan's name, Yunxing paused for a moment. Could it be that the caravan that the hunters disguised as bandits wanted to rob was the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's caravan? Although Zhou Qingchuan and Yunxing had only met once, it could be said that he had helped her greatly. Moreover, this person's thoughts were meticulous and would definitely become a top figure in the future. If the Heaven Expedition hunting group wanted to grow stronger in the future, it would undoubtedly be very helpful if they could establish a good relationship with the continent's largest chamber of commerce. Don't worry, my lord. After taking your money, our Phantom Beast group will definitely handle this matter properly. We have already made our preparations and will begin our sneak attack tonight. When the time comes, we will have to trouble my lord to delay the caravan. The hunters and the middle-aged man discussed for a while before dispersing. Yunxing pondered for a moment before immediately hiding in the bushes. Yun Songlong saw that Yunxing had been gone for a while. When she returned, her expression was grave. He could not help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem ahead?" "Second uncle, there's something I need to discuss with you." Yunxing told Yun Songlong about the hunter and the middle-aged man she had just discovered. "Xing you want to help Zhou Qingchuan?" In the past few years, Yun Songlong rarely walked around the continent, but this did not mean that he did not know about the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Although the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce wasn't as big as the Hunter Union, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the Temple of Dharma, or the Zhao State, its influence wasn't to be underestimated. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce came from the Eastern Imperial Dynasty that had already fallen apart. After the decline of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce did not decline along with it. Instead, it used its identity as an imperial merchant to establish a close relationship with the 5 major countries. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's products also covered a variety of fields, from magic equipment to daily necessities to weapons. Zhou Yuhuang, the founder of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, once said that there were only things that the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce couldn't supply. The Zhou Qingchuan you're talking about should be one of the direct descendants of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. As for that middle-aged man, if I'm not wrong, his position in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce is not low. The robbery this time must be related to the internal strife of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. If we rashly intervene, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Yun Songlong was worthy of being called a talented general. Even if there were a few years of blank time, his considerations were very thorough. "Second uncle, what do you think of the Zhou State's emperor treating our Yun residents?" Yunxing suddenly asked. "Xing what do you mean?" Yun Songlong couldn't help but be startled by Yunxing's words. Yunxing's words implied that she wanted to betray the Zhou State. The entire Yun residents had been loyal to the Zhou State for hundreds of years. As a male descendant of the Yun family, Yun Songlong had been loyal to the Zhou State since he was young. Even though he had left the Zhou State's army, there was never a day when he would become an enemy of the Zhou State. "Second uncle, if the incident in Grand Emperor City is really related to the Zhou State's emperor, your hand and old General Yun's injuries won't be simple. Xing is only doing this to leave a way out. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows." "We should also make some plans," Yunxing said frankly. With the current situation in the Zhou State, it seemed like a storm was brewing. Yunxing could already faintly smell the scent of danger. "Then we'll do as you say." Yun Songlong was so frightened by Yunxing's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. But after thinking about it, he felt that Yunxing's concerns were not completely unreasonable. Since he had decided to help Zhou Qingchuan, Yun Songlong called for Zhou Quan. Yunxing also described the strange demonic beasts she had just seen, as well as the attire of the hunters who each had a demonic beast by their side. What Yunxing was currently worried about was that they didn't know the depth of the other party's hunting corps and their strength. There were countless hunting corps and small teams in the Zhou State. If they didn't find out the other party's background, it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to help Zhou Qingchuan. She might even lose members of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. After all, their main mission in the southern border of the Zhou State this time was the Purple Gold Mine. Who knew that when the hunters, including Zhou Quan, heard this, they immediately reacted. "Young master, I have some impression of the hunting corps you mentioned. It should be the Phantom Beast Corps." Zhou Quan was the smartest and most adaptable person in the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. He had a good relationship with the Hunters Guild in Yujing City, so he was the most familiar with the famous hunting corps in the Zhou State. Especially when Yunxing mentioned that the other party's hunters each had a magical beast, he immediately thought of it. Phantom Beast Corps. That's a B-rank hunting corps in the Zhou State. Yun Songlong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. The Phantom Beast Corps was a medium-sized hunting corps made up of 50 hunters. The number of hunters in their corps was also the smallest among all the B-grade hunting corps. However, the reputation of this hunting corps wasn't small in the Zhou state. The reason was that there was a special demonic beast in the corps, the Phantom Beast. The Phantom Beast was a very special demonic beast. Its magic attribute was a rare attribute, the space-time attribute. It was said that this attribute could silently hide its presence and get close to the enemy. Moreover, this Phantom Beast's defense was very shocking. Normal weapons and magic wouldn't be able to affect it. As long as the enemy made the slightest movement, the Phantom Beast would run away. And there were a total of 10 of these Phantom Beasts in the corps. The Phantom Beast Corps' reputation in the Zhou state's hunting world isn't good. Because they have these special demonic beasts, they have always been involved in assassinations, robberies, and other shady businesses with high returns. Zhou Quan also didn't expect that their hunting corps would encounter such a difficult character like the Phantom Beast Corps this time. Zhou Quan, you just said that there are 10 demonic beasts in the Phantom Beast Corps. Could it be that there are 10 summoners in their corps? This was the first time Yunxing heard that a hunting corps could control so many demonic beasts in the Zhou state. After all, the Zhou state wasn't a summoning nation. Normal demonic beasts could only be used as battle pets and mounts. It was very difficult to control them like summoning beasts. This is also something that the outside world doesn't understand. There is only one summoner in the Phantom Beast Corps. But they can indeed control 10 Phantom Beasts. If only Master Zhongren was here. Zhou Quan was a little nervous. Chapter 300. Although everyone knew that Yunxing was a summoner, they had never seen Yunxing summon a beast before. So they all assumed that Yunxing was only skilled in medicine. A month ago, Yunxing had sent her subordinates to the southern part of Zhou State to investigate the situation there. Don't worry, we'll set up an ambush on both sides. We must catch the Phantom Beast army unprepared, Yunxing comforted everyone. Since she knew the background of the hunter corps that was going to ambush them tonight, it was much easier for Yunxing to set up a trap. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was the continent's largest chamber of commerce. Even the infamous Phantom Beast army did not dare to directly rob the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's people and goods. If she didn't guess wrong, the middle-aged man in the Phantom Beast army's goal was not the Chamber of Commerce's goods, but some of the account books. Those account books were definitely related to an important person in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. They were also very important to Zhou Qingchuan. The people of the Phantom Beast army would definitely take advantage of the chaos to snatch the account books. For Yunxing, she was not afraid of the Phantom Beast army. On the contrary, she was looking forward to meeting the Phantom Beast army. Zhou Bing had said that the Phantom Beast army had a special method of controlling beasts. If she could confirm the other party's special method of controlling beasts in this ambush and learn it, then she could use it on the Heaven Hunting Corps. It would definitely be a great boost to the Heaven Hunting Corps. Under Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan's arrangements, the Heaven Hunting Corps hid in the mountains and quietly waited for the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's caravan to arrive. Around sunset, the sunlight on King of Hell's mountain range gradually dissipated. The dense forest turned into ghostly shadows, as if there were countless ghosts. The sound of horse hooves could be heard as a large caravan appeared on the winding mountain ridge. The members of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps hidden in the trees were able to see the situation of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's caravan from their high vantage point. This caravan was not small. There were dozens of carriages, horses, and other supplies. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce, so when they went out, they would definitely invite a group of hunters to protect them. There were some well-equipped mercenaries scattered around the caravan. It was obvious that these mercenaries had undergone professional training. There were men and women, and there were even a few mages. They were careful along the way, checking for traps or ambushes. Yun Songlong was already prepared for this. Before they set up the ambush, they had already cleaned up their tracks. The caravan became even tighter. A flag was placed on the carriage at the front of the group. On the flag, there was a circular emblem of the Chamber of Commerce that looked like a Tai Chi symbol. Below the emblem were the two words, Wuji. Here it comes. Yunxing's eyelids suddenly twitched, and she immediately became energetic. Yun Songlong and the others did not make a sound. At this time, the twilight was already fading, and the road ahead was gradually becoming blurry. The caravan of the Chamber of Commerce stopped. It was obvious that they were discussing whether they should continue their journey through the night or stay where they were. Yunxing's gaze flickered and landed in front of a row of carriages. With this glance, she saw a purple figure. Zhou Qingchuan had a handsome face and purple hair. He always had a refined and courteous appearance at all times. Surprisingly, he was in the queue. Zhou Qingchuan was arguing with a middle-aged man in the caravan. Yunxing quietly activated her magic. A gust of wind blew through the forest, and the middle-aged man and Zhou Qingchuan's words fell intermittently into her ears. Third uncle, Yama's Ridge is a well-known dangerous place in Zhou State. I suggest that we continue our journey through the night and cross this ridge before resting. Zhou Qingchuan looked at the sky. There was still some time before it was dark. If they let a few mages use the illumination magic array, they would be able to cross Yama's Ridge in an hour or two. You also said that this place is dangerous. If we continue to travel through the night, wouldn't it be worse if we encounter an ambush? I think it's better to rest here and wait until tomorrow morning to cross the mountains. One day should be enough. The middle-aged man was dressed in luxurious clothes with an arrogant face. He looked at Zhou Qingchuan with disdain. Yunsheng's eyes lit up. She recognized that the middle-aged man was the one who had met with the people of the Phantom Beast Corps in the forest earlier. She didn't expect this person to be Zhou Qingchuan's third uncle. Zhou Qingchuan was the eldest son of the fourth branch of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. His father had passed away. This time, his third uncle, Zhou Long, was escorting the caravan with him. Zhou Long didn't notice that there were several pairs of eyes looking at him disdainfully tens of meters above his head. He refused Zhou Qingchuan's suggestion to rest here and insisted on continuing their journey through the night. He thought in his heart, "You're just a kid. Relying on the fact that you've managed the auction house in Luoxia City well, you dare to order me around. But third uncle, the things we're carrying this time are very valuable. The longer we stay in Yanwang Ridge, the more dangerous it is." Zhou Qingchuan looked at the large amount of supplies with a difficult expression. His gaze swept over a few carriages. Zhou Long secretly sneered in his heart, "Cunning kid, you think I don't know you got the account book? You want to expose me? You're still too inexperienced." Zhou Qingchuan also knew that his third uncle didn't see eye to eye with him. However, his position in the Chamber of Commerce was always inferior to his uncle's in the clan. He could only order his own people to continue forward. Just in case, he also ordered people to arrange several magic arrays beside the carriages that hid the account book. The purpose was to prevent accidents along the way. Zhou Long looked at Zhou Qingchuan's meticulous arrangements from the side. He secretly gave a few disguised hunters in the caravan a look and waited for the night to come. Under Zhou Long's insistence, Zhou Qingchuan finally had to compromise and set up camp in the same place. After Yunsheng saw the secret competition between the uncle and nephew, the few of them were still expressionless and quietly waited for the appearance of the Phantom Beast Corps. Around sunset, the sunlight on King of Hell's Ridge gradually dissipated. The dense forest turned into ghostly shadows, as if there were countless ghostly shadows. In this area, In order to prevent strange magical beasts from approaching, Zhou Qingchuan and the others did not light a fire. Instead, they arranged several magic arrays. The gentle light of the magic arrays illuminated the surroundings. Everything seemed normal. After drinking some water and eating some dry food, the people of the Chamber of Commerce returned to their respective tents and began to rest. Yunxing secretly counted. There were about 120 people in the Wuji caravan. There were about 30 to 40 hunters who were hired. Most of the hunters were warriors, and there were about 5 to 6 mages. Although Zhou Qingchuan was only a merchant, his thinking was very clear. He divided the hunters into 2 groups. One group would be on duty in the first half of the night, and the other group would be on duty in the second half of the night. He himself slept in a tent next to the carriage. Chapter 301. The light of the magic array dimmed. After a while, Yunxing heard a commotion. "They're here." Yunxing did not see anyone from the Phantom Beast Corps, but she noticed that a few hunters who were patrolling the perimeter sneakily approached the tent. They looked at Zhou Qingchuan's tent and gestured for her to keep quiet. Yunxing took a closer look and could not help but laugh involuntarily. Zhou Qingchuan was really vigilant. He actually set up a warning magic array outside his own tent. That magic array was very special. It did not have any defensive or offensive power, but it had a very special function, and that was to warn people. As long as someone came within 100 meters of the tent, the magic array would give off a warning sound. That kid is really like what Master Zhou said. He is very cautious. A few of the disguised members of the Phantom Beast Corps had a sullen look on their faces. Fortunately, Master Zhou was prepared. A few of the members of the Phantom Beast Corps had a proud look on their faces. They spoke in unison and began to chant. It was an ancient and cryptic voice that sounded like the chanting of a summoner. Then, a belt appeared on their waists. That belt looked no different from a normal belt. But if one looked closely, they would find that there was a certain fluctuation of magical beasts on the belt. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense these fluctuations, but to a summoner like Yunxing, she could sense the subtle fluctuations of a summoner's mana fluctuations. The fluctuation came from a gem on the belt. Yunxing was shocked. Immediately after, a series of rustling sounds could be heard beside them. A summoning array appeared beside them. The phantom beast that Yunxing had seen in the forest earlier appeared. There were a total of 4 of those magical beasts that looked very similar to the pangolin. After listening to the hunters murmuring for a while, the magical beasts quietly sneaked into the tent with the magic array in front of them. After the phantom beast appeared, under the orders of the hunters, they immediately began to dig the ground. Soon, there was a small slope on the ground. The phantom beast's digging ability was very strong. In less than half an hour, an underground tunnel was formed. This way, not only could they avoid the magic array, but they could also ensure that they would not alarm Zhou Qingchuan, who was in the tent. That Zhou Bing was also very thoughtful. He clearly knew that Zhou Qingchuan would definitely be cautious, so he simply found the Phantom Beast Corps' magical beasts. "You stay here. If someone barges in, immediately warn us. We'll go in." The Phantom Beast Legion left behind a hunter and followed the tunnel, quietly approaching the carriage behind. Zhou Bing only knew that Zhou Qingchuan might have hidden the account book in one of the carriages, but he wasn't sure which carriage it belonged to, so he could only take the risk and search for it. That hunter was on the lookout. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his neck. There was something cold and hard on his neck. "Don't make a sound. Otherwise, you'll be a dead man in the next second. Answer whatever I ask," said a pleasant voice. Hunter only felt his feet lighten as he was taken to the side. A few tall and sturdy hunters surrounded him. Young master, why did you take him here? We can just kill him in one go. Zhou Quan couldn't figure out Yun Xing's intentions. Don't worry, these are just small fries. Tell me, who gave you the belt on your body? Yun Xing didn't hold back and pulled off the hunter's belt. She had already noticed that the reason why these hunters who were not summoners could control the phantom beasts was because of those strange belts. You are. That hunter still wanted to struggle, but at this time, Yun Songlong grabbed his left arm. With a cracking sound, that hunter felt a sharp pain in his left arm. The bones in his hand were actually crushed. The hunter's body emitted a strong pressure of Do Qi. Powerful, this person was at least a martial marquis level expert. Ask one question, answer one question. Otherwise, your skull will be crushed in the next moment. Yun Songlong had the aura of a warrior on the battlefield. That hunter didn't even dare to make a sound. Yes, our captain gave it to us. That hunter was sandwiched by a few people and did not dare to resist. It turned out that the captain of the phantom beasts was a scepter summoner. His strength was very average, but one of his relatives was working in the Zhao state. This special belt was said to be developed by the Zhao state. It was called the summoning belt. A special magic array was used on it. Under the effect of this belt, even a normal warrior or magician could control a magical beast. However, one summoning belt could only control one magical beast. Moreover, the magical beast could not communicate with the controller on the spiritual level. Its effect was worse than a summoned beast, but it was much easier to control compared to a normal war pet. How many of these summoning belts do you have? Yun Xing looked at the summoning belt in her hand. There was a gem on the belt, just as the hunter said. However, after Yun Xing checked it, she did not find that the gem had been tampered with. Yes, the captain has 10 with him. When we came out, we brought 5 with us. The other 5 are still with the captain. That hunter looked at the group of unknown hunters in front of him and felt a chill in his heart. Where is your captain? Yun Songlong saw that Yun Xing was interested in the summoning belt and continued to interrogate. I don't know. When the hunter asked about the whereabouts of the phantom beasts, he suddenly changed his words and refused to say the whereabouts of the phantom beasts. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yun Songlong's expression became serious and he was about to make a move. Second uncle, let me do it. Yun Xing blocked Yun Songlong's hand and a smile appeared on her face as she looked at that hunter. That hunter made up his mind that he would never reveal the whereabouts of the phantom beasts. There were still young and old in his family. If he revealed the whereabouts of the captain, his family would definitely suffer revenge. So no matter how the people in front of him tortured him, he would never utter a word. Seeing that the group of people suddenly stopped interrogating, the female hunter suddenly smiled. The beast army people were still hesitant. They did not know what Yun Xing's intentions were. In Yun Xing's eyes, Shin Nong's pupils constricted. If someone were to look closely at Yun Xing's eyes, they would realize that there was an additional golden dot in her pupils, like a bright moon. The hunter stared into Yun Xing's eyes, and a soft female voice sounded in his ears. He felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry, and a dreamlike voice kept on lingering in his ears. Seeing that the beast army member went from resisting to being obedient, the resistance in his eyes also became docile and confused. Yun Songlong and the rest who were at the side were also shocked. They also did not know what special method Yun Xing used. Thank you, Yu Luo, De Wei, Bei Yu and Momo for their rewards. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 302. Tell us the whereabouts of your commander, and how many of you have infiltrated the caravan. What is the name of the person who hired you? How many benefits did he give you? What did he ask you to steal? Yunxing guided them patiently. The Phantom Beast Corps had a total of 51 people. This time, 40 of them came, led by the commander himself. They were stationed 5 kilometers away, in a hidden cave in King of Hell's Ridge. The Phantom Beast Corps had a total of 20 people mixed in with the caravan. At this moment, they were all standing guard outside the caravan. Among the people who entered, one of them was their deputy commander, and there were 4 phantom beasts among them. Yunxing's pupils shrank. The golden color disappeared, and her eyes returned to their original black color. The hunter had a confused look on his face, and he was babbling nonsense. Wow, so powerful. Young master, what kind of martial arts are you using? Zhou Quan was stunned. This method of interrogation was really amazing. This is not martial arts, but a kind of medical skill. You can't learn it. Yunxing smiled indifferently. You and Zhou Quan go in and find Zhou Qingchuan. Leave this person to me. Yun Songlong glanced at the tunnel in front of him, thinking that the people from the Phantom Beast Corps were about to come out. He was already used to Yunxing's methods. This niece of his was hiding countless intriguing little secrets from head to toe. As her second uncle, he already felt that he shouldn't be offended by this. Yunxing also understood what Yun Songlong was going to do next. She and Zhou Quan had only taken a few steps when a low cry came from behind them. She did not need to look to know that the member of the Phantom Beast Corps had already been killed by Yun Songlong. As soon as the two stepped into the tent, Zhou Qingchuan immediately became alert. He had just stood up when he saw 2 figures enter the tent. Who is it? Zhou Qingchuan did not panic, and immediately held the magic scepter in his hand. It's me, Big Brother Zhou. Yunxing and Zhou Quan had already entered the tent. You. When Zhou Qingchuan saw Yunxing, he was shocked for a moment, but then his eyes revealed a look of joy. The magic scepter in his hand shone brightly. Wherever the light shone, he saw a beautiful figure that made his heart tremble slightly. However, there was a strong man standing beside this beautiful figure. Right at this moment, the tent was lifted and Yun Songlong, who had taken care of the beast soldier, walked in. We have to hurry. If we're late, I'm afraid that group of people will find the account book. Yun Songlong walked into the tent and sized up Zhou Qingchuan. The 2 men, who would be influential figures in their respective fields in the future, looked at each other under the hazy illumination magic. With just one glance, Zhou Qingchuan was on high alert. Zhou Qingchuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Yun Songlong's imposing aura. Big Brother Zhou, this is my second uncle, Yunxing. The one beside me is Zhou Quan from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Extinguish the illumination spell first. Yunxing was afraid that the commotion in Zhou Qingchuan's tent would alert Zhou Bing and the others outside. Yun Songlong. Zhou Qingchuan immediately thought of this person. He had been on the continent for many years. Although he was only a child when Yun Songlong was at his peak, he still had a deep impression of this fierce general in Zhou state. Yunxing told Zhou Qingchuan what had happened during the day. When he found out that his third uncle had colluded with the Phantom Beast Corps to steal the account book, Zhou Qingchuan didn't have any expression of surprise. His face was amiable, no different from the courteous steward that Yunxing had met at the auction house. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. I also guessed that there would be people who would do something to the caravan along the way, but I didn't expect that person to be third uncle. Zhou Qingchuan's calmness surprised Yunxing. After he explained what had happened, everyone finally understood why Zhou Bing would do such a thing. There's no time to lose. Big Brother Zhou, we should quickly go and capture the thief. Otherwise, if the account book is stolen, Big Brother Zhou's efforts will be wasted. Yunxing reminded. I won't hide it from you guys. The account book has already been sent back. Zhou Qingchuan smiled. Between his words, there was a look of understanding. He glanced at Yunsheng and a gentle light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Zhou Qingchuan had used the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Before tonight, he had already ordered people to make a copy of the account book. If he wasn't wrong, the account book should have already arrived at the headquarters of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Brother Zhou is indeed a member of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. His thoughts are meticulous. It seems that we have made an unnecessary move this time. Yun Songlong couldn't help but admire Zhou Qingchuan. At such a young age, he was still calm in the face of such difficulties. No, I still have one thing to trouble you guys with. Since you guys are members of the hunting corps, I would like to ask for your help in eliminating the spies in our caravan. Also, try to capture the leader of the hunting corps. Although Zhou Qingchuan had transferred the account book, he had no way to prove Zhou Bing's evil deeds. However, if Yunsheng and the others could capture the leader of the Mirage Beast hunting group, and then take out the evidence of this person colluding with Zhou Bing, then Zhou Qingchuan was confident that he could rely on this time to directly dig out Zhou Bing's background. At that time, with the addition of the account book, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce would definitely experience a big reshuffle. He looked at Yunsheng eagerly. Yunsheng, however, looked at her second uncle. Yun Songlong couldn't help but frown. After Zhou Qingchuan's explanation, Yunsheng roughly understood the predicament that Zhou Qingchuan was currently facing. The goods this time, to Zhou Qingchuan, were very important. Although he was successful at a young age, and was highly regarded by his grandfather Zhou Ronghai, but in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, he had never held any real power. The specific reason had to be explained from Zhou Qingchuan's father. Zhou Qingchuan's father, Zhou Hai, was the second son of the current patriarch of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Ronghai. Zhou Bing was capable since he was young, and took up the position of the main manager of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, not long after he and Zhou Qingchuan's mother got married, he was tragically killed by bandits when he went out to do business. The property and power that originally belonged to Zhou Bing was forced to be transferred to the other branches of the Zhou family to take over. According to Zhou Ronghai's original plan, the property that belonged to his second son, Zhou Bing, would be returned to the second branch when Zhou Qingchuan turned 20 years old. The other sons of the Zhou family had agreed at that time, but when Zhou Qingchuan grew up, his uncles came up with all kinds of excuses. They even came up with a plan to expel Zhou Qingchuan from the core business of the family, and send him to a remote border city like the Sunset City, in an attempt to make him unable to rise again for the rest of his life. But gold will always shine. Not only was Zhou Qingchuan not discouraged, in the few years he was sent out, he constantly sharpened his ability. Relying on his own talent in business, he managed to make the Sunset Auction House, which was on the verge of collapse, flourish. Chapter 303. For Zhou Qingchuan, Yunsheng was his little benefactor. Especially the last time, when Yunsheng's tribute of the moon goddess was auctioned, it brought Zhou Qingchuan an extremely high reputation. Now, several important merchants in Tang Yuan had established contact with him one after another. When the Zhou family found out about this news, they were afraid that Zhou Qingchuan would take this opportunity to rise up the ranks, so they hurriedly transferred him back. Not long after I returned to the family, I discovered that grandfather's health had been deteriorating over the past few years. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was also fragmented, and many of its main businesses were in deficit. So I ordered people to secretly investigate the accounts and rewrite the accounts. These accounts were mixed in with this batch of goods. Zhou Qingchuan truthfully told Yunsheng. He was prepared to bring these accounts back and let grandfather have a look. Who would have thought that before he could rush back to the family, he would be sent by third uncle on the pretext of transporting important goods. Yun Songlong did not expect that they would rashly participate in the internal power struggle of the continent's largest chamber of commerce, the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Yun Sheng was not surprised by this. This kind of mutual deception between large families, she had watched a lot of dramas in her previous life. Zhou Qingchuan thought that the whole thing was confidential, but he did not expect that his uncles would still find out about this secret. He also did not expect that transporting goods was just an excuse. His third uncle's real intention was to kill him. He had only met Yunxing twice, but he had a natural good impression of Yunxing. This good impression had unknowingly turned into a kind of love, but Yunxing was not aware of it. After Yun Songlong heard this, he noticed that Zhou Qingchuan was looking at his niece with a burning gaze, and found something unusual. Yun Songlong calculated in his mind. His niece was only 8 years old. Wasn't this admirer a little too early? Ahem, Xing come with me to the side. Yun Songlong called Yun Xing to the side. This is an internal matter of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. It's not convenient for us to intervene. They went to Zhou State and later Qin to investigate the purple gold mine. For the everlasting Chamber of Commerce to be able to become the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the continent, the forces behind them were intricate and complex. It was not something a small heaven extermination hunting corps could handle. Even Yun Songlong, who did not know much about business, knew that Zhou Qingchuan's matter was not simple. Yun Songlong felt that under such circumstances, it was not appropriate for the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps to appear. Second uncle, Zhou Qingchuan is my friend. He is in trouble, so I have to help him. Yunxing's eyes were very determined. Yunxing thought highly of Zhou Qingchuan. In a situation where the enemy was weaker than them, everyone from the everlasting Chamber of Commerce, including Zhou Qingchuan himself, did not panic. The remaining members of the caravan remained respectful to Zhou Qingchuan. It could be seen that he was a very cohesive person. For such a person, as long as he was given enough opportunities, he would be able to grasp them and rise to the top. Yunxing did not tell Yunxing that the other reason why she helped Zhou Qingchuan was related to little Xiandong. But right now, Yunxing did not have the opportunity to say it. You've decided. Since that's the case, then help him. Yun Songlong rubbed his temples with a headache. If they were not family, they would not enter the same door. Yunxing's temper was typical of the Yun clan. Behind Yunxing, Zhou Qingchuan was also looking at her back with apprehension. Would she help him or not? Just now, the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps took the risk to help repel the hunting corps hired by third uncle. It could be considered a great help. Zhou Qingchuan was a business genius. From Yun Songlong's reaction just now, it was clear that he did not want to intervene in the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's matters. Even if Yunxing refused to help, he would not have any complaints. Steward Zhou, my second uncle has decided to help you find the account book. Yunxing turned her head and smiled at Yun Songlong. Under the light of the fire, the girl's smile was like a white flower quietly blooming in the dark night. At the same time, it made people's mind flutter and even their soul feel like it was being taken away. Zhou Qingchuan's heart warmed and his blue eyes shook. You can call me Big Brother Zhou. Thank you, Head Yun, for lending a helping hand in this difficult situation. Qingchuan will never forget your kindness. This Big Brother Zhou was sincere. Yunxing and Zhou Qingchuan looked at each other and smiled, forming an indescribable tacit understanding between the two. Around dawn, Zhou Qingchuan, Zhou Bing, and the others came out of the tent one after another. Qingchuan, did you sleep well last night? Zhou Bing asked Zhou Qingchuan hypocritically. Last night, he was on tenterhooks. Fortunately, the night passed without anything happening. I slept very well, but third uncle, why do you look so tired? Did you not sleep well in the wild? Zhou Qingchuan still had a modest and polite appearance. I did not sleep well. Once I return home, I can have a good night's sleep, Zhou Bing heard and was secretly delighted. At dawn, the caravan of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce set off and continued their journey along the endless Hades mountain ridge. Not long after the caravan set off, a few sneaky figures quietly left the caravan and rushed towards the cave where the Phantom Beast army was located. Inside the cave, there were indeed more than 10 hunters waiting. One of them had high eyebrows and a wide forehead. His face had a sinister scar, as if there was a centipede growing on his face. He looked very fierce. Beside him, there was a 7th-level phantom beast that was half the height of a human. "Head, we got it," the deputy head of the Phantom Beast army said as he took out a small package wrapped in oil paper from his bosom. Zhou Qingchuan, that brat, was very cunning. He hid the account book very well. It took them 4 to 6 hours to find the account book at daybreak. "Very good, with this account book, we brothers will be able to eat and drink well." The leader of the Phantom Hunting Corps laughed. He flipped through the account book, and the numbers on it made him dizzy. "Head, should we give this account book to that brat Zhou Bing?" "In the morning, that brat kept winking at our people," the deputy head asked. If not for the head repeatedly telling them to return the account book first, he would not have rushed back. "No, this account book is very valuable. Zhou Bing, that stingy brat, is only willing to pay 50,000 gold coins. We will use this account book to extort him." 10 million gold coins, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce is a fat sheep, the head laughed. "Head is right. Our brothers have been lying in ambush here for a few days and are exhausted. We should extort him." The deputy head's face was full of joy. They were all fugitives and did not have any trust. "Wait a minute, you had a total of 5 people last night. Why is one person missing?" The head glanced and found that one person was missing. The people who were sent to find the account book last night were the elites of the group. Each of them had a summoning belt, but only 4 people returned. Chapter 304. That brat Wu Ping is missing. "That's not right, he hasn't come back yet. We thought he got impatient and came back first." The few people looked at each other in dismay. You guys finally noticed. You don't even know that you've lost people. The Phantom Beast Corps is only so-so." A burst of loud laughter rang out in the cave. Immediately after, a black shadow mixed with the power of lightning crashed into the cave with a bang. "Who is it?" The Phantom Beast Corps' commander heard the voice and knew that something bad had happened. Among the crowd, his strength was the highest. He was a peak martial honorable. He leaped up and kicked at the black figure with his legs, causing a gust of wind to sound. The power of a martial saint was enough to shatter rocks. The black shadow was kicked and smashed into the wall. Everyone looked carefully and saw that the black shadow was the body of the missing member, Wu Ping. "Commander of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps, Yun Songlong, we have received a request from the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's young master Zhou to capture the scum of your hunting corps." Yun Songlong led a few elites of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps and stood outside the cave. When they heard the name of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps, the Phantom Hunting Corps was a bit confused. The Zhou state had this hunting corps, but when some people thought further, they were frightened by the shocking name. Yun Songlong. When the hunters who were killing heard this, they immediately felt that something was wrong. These were all hunters of the Zhou state. They knew a lot about the Zhou state and the hunting world. The name Yun Songlong was a bit unfamiliar, but when they thought carefully, they quickly connected the dots. How could a hunting corps with such a person be an ordinary hunting corps? The son of the Zhou state's Marshal Saint Yun Ba, who was also the general of the Zhou state's swift cavalry, Martial Marquis Yun Songlong. But wasn't Yun Songlong rumored to be trash? Then who was the one who had killed 7 or 8 people with his bare hands with such an imposing manner just now? Looking at the front, Yun Songlong's do chi was as dazzling as a rainbow. Looking at the hunters at the side, they all had extraordinary skills. Chaos soon ensued in the cave. The Phantom Beast army was indeed a veteran army. The regiment commander roared, "Quiet!" Immediately summoned the Phantom Beasts. The group of people also came back to their senses. A few of them stood out. Just as Wu Ping had said earlier, each of them had a summoning belt. Several summoning arrays lit up, and several phantom beasts appeared. Yun Songlong, I didn't think that you, the great general of Zhou State, would be reduced to a hunting soldier. Others may be afraid of your fame, but my phantom beast army is not. Brothers, let this group of people see how powerful our beast army is. The commander looked very confident. The captain was only a martial honor, yet he was able to control a B-grade hunting corps. Naturally, he had some tricks up his sleeves. The surface of the phantom beast's body suddenly lit up, and a magic defensive light sphere appeared on each of them. A magic array. I didn't expect this kind of magical beast to be able to use magic other than digging. Yun Songlong was also shocked. He originally thought that with him here, capturing the Phantom Beast army was only a matter of time. The magic array was also very mysterious. Its function was somewhat similar to Gufeng's light sphere. Yun Songlong used a battle skill, but when the battle skill approached the magic array, it was as if it had hit an invisible wall, and was immediately repelled. Not only that, but the attacks of the others also had no effect. Under the effect of the magic array, no one was able to get close to the Phantom Beast army. No matter what method you use, as long as the Phantom Beasts are here, none of you can do anything to us. The hunters were immensely pleased with themselves. Commander, that magic array is very special. We won't be able to catch them in a short time. What do you think we should do? Zhou Quan watched from the side and couldn't help but frown. He also didn't expect to encounter such a situation. They could only watch helplessly as the hunters fled. Zhou Quan, you and the rest of the people go and kill the rest of them. Sheng He will ambush us outside. We will split up. Yun Songlong couldn't help but praise Yun Xing's thoughtfulness. She was already lying in ambush outside. Yun Songlong knew Yun Xing's movement technique. In terms of tracking, she might be even more powerful than him. Thus, he split up with the other hunters to chase after them. The Beast Army commander took the account book and disappeared with a burrow. After he escaped a few miles away, he was secretly pleased with himself. Suddenly, the sky darkened. He raised his head to look and was almost scared out of his wits. In the sky, stood a girl. The girl had black hair. Romo. You are. In the sky, stood a girl. Behind her, there was a pair of wings. She looked like a god, majestic and awe-inspiring. The girl's eyes were ice-cold. Heaven Extermination Hunting Army Vice Commander, Yen Yun. Yen Yun. Yen Yun. When the Beast Army commander heard this name, his eyes widened. This name, in the hunting world, was even more famous than Yun Songlong. In the arena of Mount Daoyu, she slaughtered the lowly hunters of the Black Tiger Hunting Army. She became famous after that battle. What was even more frightening was that she had a master on the level of Emperor Zhao. Yun Songlong and Yen Yun, how could two people like them appear in King of Hell's Ridge? Yun Songlong's name was enough to make him suffer, but Yun Xing's name was undoubtedly more intimidating. If Yun Songlong's name belonged to the past, then Yen Yun's name was undoubtedly the hottest name in the hunting world of Zhou State. A mysterious hunter who only appeared in Mount Daoyu's Hunter Citadel. It was rumored that no one had seen her real face. The The first time she made a move, she killed the notorious leader of the Black Tiger hunting army. After that, it was rumored that she had a master on the level of Emperor Zhao. However, these were only rumors. After Yan Yun became famous, she quickly disappeared without a trace. The hunting team she belonged to, Phoenix Soaring, had never revealed Yan Yun's exact whereabouts to the outside world. The Beast Army commander had never imagined that he would actually meet this murderous god here. Furthermore, she had even joined the Heaven Extermination hunting army. The Beast Army commander had the urge to slit his own throat. How could he have accepted this mission? Even if he was given 2 guts, he wouldn't dare to go against the Heaven Extermination hunting army, which had the backing of a martial sage and an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao. Don't come over. You can't hurt me. No one can break through the Phantom Beast's defense. Although the Beast Army commander was afraid, he still relied on the fact that he had a demonic beast to protect him. Yes. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do anything. It's a pity that you met me. Yunxing's cold eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of liveliness. She slowly raised her hand.